Gotta go pop out the chat from YouTube because they still got that bug. Could be on my end, but I doubt it. Okay. So yeah, we are live. I went for another bike ride this morning. Yeah, if I start doing the bike rides early enough in the day, it'll be fine during the summer, so I'll be able to keep it up. The problem I have with like if I do the bike rides at like noon or later, I am sweating like a pig. But if I do it like right when I wake up, I can go do the bike ride, get a little sweaty, and then take the shower, and then boom, I'm like ready for the day. So I think that's my goal. If I can do the bike ride when I first wake up, force myself to do that, then I'll be good to go. And what's up, Rugged Bear? How you doing? So yeah, we'll do a soda. All right. It's no longer vacation time, so we're not going to do too many of them. But how is everyone's Tuesday? All right, so the part we left off on, we want to at least like get this like login modal going. The main gist is we're not able to force the background color on this button. And I find that extremely annoying because this should not be that hard. What we can do, right, is just make it a regular button. Bring in CLSX. We will do button style. And then, okay, so it's not perfect. But then, boom, we can do that. And that's not so bad. Get rid of that. Instead of this being a span, it's actually an image. Right? So we end up doing something like that. So then as we add other providers, we would get more buttons that we just add there. And maybe it doesn't even need to be in a card. Yeah, the card part's not important. We do want to have just a quick paragraph in here. Login with your GitHub account to get started. After that, you will select a repo to treat as your database. And maybe we just do this. All right, so then card here, we probably want to do flex call gap 4. And instead of M2, we do that. Yeah, there we go. And hey, what's up, Moshiko? How you doing? Oh, we need flex as well. So there we go. Pretty straightforward. User would then click that, and we'd be good to go. Yeah, I like it so far. Okay. So then our next step for this application we should do the login process. Just because I want to actually be able to work with a real repo, right? Like we'll delete stuff, we'll get it back to a good starting state, etc. But right, like as we find a repo and connect to it, we're going to need to handle the empty state. If the repo is empty, we will initialize it by doing a push, and we'll just commit that directly to the main branch. Yeah, I think that's the move. All right. So then, yeah, our next bit is let's go to github.com. I thought it was on my channel. Is it not on my channel? I thought it was in like the social section. Oh, it's not. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I should add that. 1 second. It's pretty simple. I'll give you the link right now, at least. Yeah, let me see if I can actually set that up over here. Yeah, no worries. I feel like I'm pretty easy to search out and find as well. But yeah, no worries. Where do I even edit that? I'm gonna guess creator dashboard. Channel. Yeah, totally. Okay, so then, yeah, link title, linked in. I should add blue sky to it as well. Let me get another album going. Ooh, I guess I can only have 5 total? Oh, interesting. I feel like the Discord we hype up a different way. Yeah, Discord I don't think we need in the description there. Yeah, cmgriffing.com is up to date. That's a good point. I might do that as just like a recurring command here in chat. Okay. Well, yeah, I think that works. Yeah, good catch. Raytheon. It's not quite that. We're using this thing called UI neumorphism, and it is not ShadCN based. So yeah, that's why we have a bunch of like bugs and grossness with it. It's one of my goals to make a neumorphism ShadCN wrapper, but if someone else wants to do that, especially if they're going for a front end focused role, it'd be kind of nice on a resume, I think. Right, so similar to how there's neo-brutalism, you could build your own wrapper around ShadCN. I have heard about vibe coding. Yes. Let me do this real quick. ACM, it's called a join table, right? So you have your, let's just say, users and I don't know, widgets. You would then have a user widgets table. The user widgets table would just have the IDs, right? User ID and widget ID, and that's it. Okay, cool. Does that make sense, ACM? It is a really good scene transition. I really like it. Yeah, exactly. It's like the Batman spinner thing too. What is my face? And we randomize the sound effect. I mean, the model part would be however your ORM decides to do it. That's going to depend on your ORM, right? But the database design, it's straightforward. You just have the join table in the middle. So this will just be temporary right now. Oh, interesting. Huh. All right, so callback URL. This will be. Yeah, no worries, ACM. Yeah, so what ORM are you using? Prisma? Yeah, Prisma should have a way of wiring that up for sure. I know Drizzle does. I would assume Prisma does. Oh, and sorry. So yeah, you can do links. I think single table data design only becomes relevant when you're dealing with something like DynamoDB. I don't think it makes any sense in a SQL database context. And if you're doing DynamoDB, then it's the actual like one right way to do it. The link that you provided is actually not the one I would normally use. It's something debris. Alex. Alex Debris. That's it. Oh, sorry for the additional quote at the end. That would have broken things. But yeah, this is the right way to design Dynamo. I'm sure there's other database systems where it makes sense as well, but Dynamo is specifically like the one that I know of where this is like the one correct way. I've worked on projects where they did multiple tables and it was a really, really bad database design. ACM. Keep in mind, this is not for you. Sorry, this was for Evo. Evo was the one that asked about single table data design. If you're using Drizzle or Prisma or anything SQL based, you're not going to be doing this. Evo just had a comment that Nightbot removed where they were asking if I'd heard about single table data design. But if you're doing SQL, you should not be doing this. Ooh, do they only allow one callback URL? Oh, wait, no, we can add a second. There it is. Yeah, cool. So then, yeah, we'll call it, I think we have to do this. Normalization beyond third normal form. It's really rare. I know there are some places that encourage it, but I would say single, like third normal form is pretty much all you need. If you're going fourth or further, you need a really good reason to do so. Moshiko, the way I decide that is if I'm using Dynamo, it's single DB or a single table. That's it. That's the only place I consider single table design valid. There may be other places, but I haven't run into them yet. For the most part, you do it when you have no schema. Dynamo doesn't have a structured, like, heavy, like, schema. So it's for, like, schema list tables. For retail banking application, I mean, it depends. Like, I think normal form has more value when you're thinking about the scale of it. Uh, yeah, just the phrase database normalization. This is probably all you need, and then you can go like it's very specifically about databases. If you use normalization outside of that context, it's going to be like totally different. Yeah, I typically don't strictly adhere to the normal form stuff. Like, I definitely follow it. My database design instinct is to never have varchars live in a hot table, if that makes sense. So there are some tables where a varchar is fine, but when you consider what a hot table might be, it's going to be like your main domain object. It's going to be your users table. It's going to be some of those things. I pretty much avoid varchars as much as possible. And here's the big reason, right? If you're not aware of why varchars are bad, your database, the easiest way to think about a database table is to think about it as a chunk of memory, right? And just remember that memory is just like a number, like it's a single layer that we then map to being like multiple rows, right? So in memory, it's just a number, right? From, let's just say 100 to 6,000 is that one table. So what you want to do is then think about each row is still within that one giant long string, but each row is then like a chunk of that. So if you know the exact length of each row, you can jump from row to row really easily. So that's very valuable for things like indexing, where you want to index the primary ID or the primary key, right? Which is probably the ID of the table. You want to create an index of those things, and the index is basically saying this ID value is right there in memory, right? This is the exact place that it is. And then it allows the database system to jump to those like start points. To calculate that index, you still have to iterate the entire thing. But it means that if you know the length of the ID field, it's 8 bytes, well, cool. Here's the start of the table. That first item in the table is the ID, theoretically, in many cases. I know that it is 8 bytes, so bam, I know exactly where that is. And then when I want to jump to the next ID for the next row, if that row is a fixed length, you just add that number of the length to it. The problem with varchars is that you no longer have a fixed length of the row. So you have to like iterate through to each varchar, see what its like length field is, then query its actual length, because it's not necessarily like varchar 128. It's not going to be 128 bytes. It's going to be whatever the length actually is. And then it can jump to the next thing. So it has to calculate the length of each row by iterating up until, or not iterating up until, like if you have fixed length fields until that varchar, you can jump to that point, but then you got the varchar and you have to do this like lookup. And then from there, you can go and calculate to the end of the row if they're all fixed length. But that varchar causes this like stop in that process. So bones, it actually doesn't matter. Varchar 255 still forces the database system to actually look at the length of the data, which means that you no longer have a fixed length of the row. Because the varchar is just saying what the maximum of that is. It's not padding that data. The whole point of the varchar is to not pad the data and only have the data that's in it. If you wanted to have a fixed length, you would do a char, not a varchar. As far as the database system's concerned, a varchar and a text field are the same, as far as like indexing goes. It still has to go look up the data length, and then it can start incrementing the rest of the row. So as far as performance optimization goes, varchar and text are the same thing. All right, varchar just has a maximum length of 255, whereas text doesn't. But as far as the ability to index that table, they both have the same performance concern. So basically, you want to have fixed length rows in your hot tables, the ones that are going to be looked up the most, because it allows the re-indexing of those tables as you insert to be done much quicker. If you don't have any indexes, then it means every query has to do those lookups, right? Of like how long it is and all that stuff. Indexing prevents having to do like the query time lookups of the length of rows. And even like with indexes, varchars then become meaningless, but redoing the indexes becomes costly. Oh, I don't know that reference there, Code 6 Fun. But this is basically just the way to think about database optimization. Yeah, so that's just not the case there, Bones. If that were the case, when you were querying the values, you would end up having a string that is 255 characters long, but it would be padded with space at the end, which is how a char works. Varchar doesn't do that because it's not actually filling the data. In general, there is absolutely no performance difference between doing a varchar 255 and a varchar 10. They both incur the exact same performance penalties. You do get just a little bit more of like constraint checking and like data validation if you do a shorter than 255, right? If you know for a fact it'll never be greater than 10, well then, you know, if someone tries to insert it, then it becomes a schema error and you can like fail out quicker. But as far as performance goes, a varchar 255 and a varchar 10 are the exact same performance implications. In general, if you're doing a varchar, you might as well just do varchar 255. Because you should be doing your data validation before it even makes it to the database, right? Yeah, no worries. Like, this is some of the fun stuff. And, like, me getting better at explaining this, right? I used to be really bad at explaining this. My mom was really good at explaining it to me, which is how I learned this in the first place. But now my ability to explain it in different ways, well, yeah, I need to explain it to get better at explaining it. And the better I can explain it, the more I know it. Catrate. I don't know if I'm pronouncing your name right. That's fine. Like, a lot of this stuff I'm trying to explain in a way that anyone should be able to understand it, but keywords like char versus varchar, there is a little bit of advanced knowledge you do kind of need. So, yeah, like not everything will be approachable to a beginner. I tried to explain it in as simple terms as I could, though. And yeah, like honestly, ACM, great question for sure. Like really good question. I think it spawned like a really nice conversation. And then yeah, just circling back, just making sure I didn't miss anything. I strolled back up, and yeah, normal form. Yeah, maybe for banking, fourth normal form would make sense. I've never seen personally anything beyond third normal form, and I don't even think in like normal form anymore because of how I just think about varchars. I just think about uh like lookup tables when necessary. Yeah, no worries, Jetty. Yep. Yeah, it's like it's really cool. It's I don't know. It's just there are some things that seem opaque, and then when you start explaining some of the ideas around them, like indexing and varchars and blah blah blah, it makes the database system actually seem more approachable and more transparent, which I think is cool. And wait, hold on. Let me make sure I'm understanding what you said there. Thoughts on SQL? You've had this thought that just an API would be better instead of SQL strings? So you're saying for querying, instead of using SQL, having some other API, right? Like basically you're describing what would be a query builder. Okay, sure. I think you're reinventing the wheel, but you are also hitting on the fact that I'm trying to remember who it is that said it. It might even be Uncle Bob Martin. So take it with a grain of salt because he's a bullshit artist. Someone has pointed out that we were never meant to use SQL as developers. SQL was designed so that data people and business people could query the database. So you're kind of hitting on that point being made. I just wonder, you'd basically just be reinventing SQL, you know? You know? Now, I agree that the string is a bad abstraction, but that's why we do have things like query builders that give us all sorts of nice, editor concerns. So in the editor, if we're looking at, looks like I have it closed right now. Hold on. Do I have a tab for it? And oh my God, I should just close iTerm right now. Dude, they're just all the same tab because it rebooted. But yeah, in Ghosty, right, if we bring this up, right, in Elixir, you have the idea of query builders, which is cool. And we might look at accounts here. And, for some of them, it's, repo.get, and it's using like the ORM's, like, model or whatever. But then we might find something like this, right? So this is a big, ugly SQL query, but it's not a string. So it actually knows that, that doesn't exist. If I hit save, oh, hey, we're getting an error because where to doesn't make sense. Now, it doesn't put it where it needs to be, but it's still calling out that that's not valid. Right? And you can do similar things like user ID to. Well, yeah, that doesn't exist. Okay. If you were writing raw SQL strings, you don't get nearly as much like data in your editor. There are things that can do it, but it's not great. So, in my opinion, the abstraction you're probably looking for is basically just a query builder. Right? You can think of a query builder as a DSL, a domain-specific language, that is just better in the language that you're using. I mean, Bones, no matter what, everything over the wire is a string anyway. If you're doing JSON or things like that. Your JSON object is serialized into a string to be sent over TCP anyway. No matter what, you're not going to avoid the serialization and deserialization of strings. Now, it's possible that you do come up with a better abstraction. Yeah, totally. Don't stop thinking about it. The world is better when people think that things can be better, If everyone just accepted the status quo, shit would kind of suck, right? I just think you got to pick and choose your battles. Is that a battle you want to fight? Or are there other things that you can really try and figure out? Time's a limited resource. How do you want to spend that resource? Hey, what's up, Colton? Yeah, I mean, if it's something you want to spend your time on, there's no wrong answer there. Whether you actually are successful, well, yeah, that depends. But if you think it's worth spending your time on, then it totally is. Ooh, so here's something interesting. So, what we can notice is that as some of these shaders like leak memory and get into weird states, this one actually gets weird by like the texture on the floating blobs showing like the wireframes of it. And you see way more of these little, I don't know, nuggets on the ground, whatever they are. But like, right? Just remember what this looks like, right? How that shader looks all weird and liney. If I refresh it, you don't see any of that. And the animation is ending up smoother. The amount of nuggets on the ground is actually the same, but the shader for the nuggets, right? Like the texture for the nuggets was actually broken. It was showing like circles. Interesting. Yeah, the longer we leave these shaders running, the more interesting it becomes when they start to break due to the memory leak. Yeah, I think it is running out of float precision. In a similar aspect, when we run the night one that has like the droplets on the screen, we get way more droplets on the screen and they seem to like double up. But the ways that they break like individually is kind of cool. Like very interesting. A lot of games have bugs like that. Yeah, I believe it. But yeah, kind of cool. Like we even see that like some of these floating objects get like weird on like the edge of their texture. Like, ooh, damn it. It's hard to point them out because they're not consistently bad. But they get like weird and like wobbly on some of their. Yeah, oh, there we go. Yeah, that one was doing it on a corner. Yeah, I stream 5 days a week. So I take Wednesdays and Sundays off. There are times where I will do a Wednesday or a Sunday stream. Sorry again, Space Case. Sorry again, Space Case. Um, Basically, if you join the Discord, I have an announcements channel. In that announcements channel, I announce when I go live. Most people would benefit from right-clicking that announcements channel and getting notified on every message to it. Because that's where I, like, at the start of each stream, I kind of like type in what we're planning on doing for the day, etc., and you can get that notification because sometimes Twitch's notifications suck. Sometimes they're great, and then sometimes they suck. But yeah, so 5 days a week. I typically take Wednesdays and Sundays off. Tomorrow will be a day off while I get a bunch of work done. I will be over on Gaming Channel for most of the day, though. But yeah, so 5 days a week. We're hanging out, just doing some fun stuff. If anyone here lives close enough that they'd be able to make it to Cascadia JS, we do have a form there where you can enter into a raffle. Check out that message by Nightbot. We'll do the raffle poll probably on Saturday, maybe? I think so far we got like 5 people signed up, which is cool. 6 so far. Yeah, no worries, Eva. And I missed some follows. Guemis? I don't know if I pronounced that right. And Tantai. Thank you for the follows. Welcome. Okay, so one thing we're missing is our adapter abstraction needs to know the OAuth login URL. So that's something we're missing over here. Not in adapter GitHub, but it will be there too. It's going to be here in adapter. But it's actually over here on types. So yeah, these types do end up getting defined by the adapter creator. So what we need here is read-only OAuth URL. Why did I comment get file? Oh, I think we were demonstrating the the iAdapter stuff. Okay, so yeah, that one actually builds and we're fine. But yeah, the OAuth URL. Yeah, we're going to have to go and build out the login link. All right, so we do OAuth URL, client ID, redirect URI, scope. I think the scopes may be a little off, right? We may have to configure something there a little differently. Ooh, and yeah, at least like the 4 people I see that have entered the raffle. Like, keep in mind, there's only 6 people in the raffle right now. Your chances of winning that ticket are pretty good. And Cascadia JS is a fantastic conference. I think y'all will like it. I'll be giving a lightning talk there. So yeah, if you go to Cascadia JS, we can hang out. Yeah, for sure, JLM. Yep. So yeah, your chances are good. But the people that opted into like the the promotional email opt-in. Thank you so much for doing that too. I really appreciate that. I think it'll help the organizers recognize some value. I'm just stoked they reached out to ask me if I wanted to do this. Like, it's really cool of them. Oh, wait, are you both in Indiana? Oh, okay. We got a couple of Hoosiers out here. Wait, Bowling Green. Is that Ohio or Indiana? I think it's Ohio, right? It is Ohio. Okay, yeah, never mind. I know someone from that area. Oh, there's a Bowling Green in Kentucky too? Interesting. All right. We're not going to have a webhook. There you go, chaotic. Yeah, so we'll need to be able to do pull requests. What does manage a single file mean? The word single isn't even on there. Hmm. Oh, okay. So hold on. Nope. Contents, read and write. Yeah. We need the HTTP. Cool. All right. So then, yeah, we need to start configuring this stuff. Oh, interesting. I don't remember having to do that before. Am I better off doing an OAuth app instead of a GitHub app? No, I think it needs to be a GitHub app. Yeah, I think it has to be. Yep. We will need to generate a client secret. Yeah, so I got to do this part. Let me just double check some stuff. So Next.js env bars. Yeah, they're not going to be in the browser. The client ID can be hard-coded. Oh, but yeah, no, we'll do this environment-wise. This one we could hard code, actually. That part doesn't matter. The redirect URI would be in the .env file. Yeah, so now I need to go create the secret, so I need to do this part. So this is not public. It's GitHub client secret. And then next, public GitHub redirect redirect URI. Right, I refresh that, I copy and paste a random thing, or I copy a random thing, and then we should be able to show this now. And what's up, JJ? How you doing? And what's up, Maniac? Mr. Sir. How's the project coming along? It's good. We are implementing the auth part of things. That way we can actually start manipulating and dealing with the real API and verify that things work that way. Man, yeah, I had a mole removed. The scar is like really itchy for some reason. But yeah, we're good. It's just the scar being itchy. Not a big deal. I know, right? Oh no. You got my key. Whatever shall I do? But you even got it wrong. It's not even 6 stars. It's only 5. So you would have messed that one up anyway. All right, so yeah, next public GitHub redirect URI. We've got that in there. We'll get rid of the MSW one. We're not using it. We're currently doing the auth part. So yeah, what that means is we just now set like all the environment variables, and we haven't done any of the redirecting stuff yet. Wonder if scope is actually necessary. But we don't have the OAuth page, so we should do that. That'll go up to the top level. So yeah, OAuth, and then in there, we got a directory called provider. And then inside of provider, we're going to have page.tsx. All right, so this page exists as the thing that GitHub is going to redirect us back to. So it's OAuth/GitHub. The logic of it then, well, yeah, it's going to be a use client. Now we have to use Next.js because GitHub requires server-side stuff for the auth part. To do the token exchange, you have to do that with a secret from the backend. I mean, I feel like I've seen it. I don't know. Oh, this is a different thing, actually. So it's like counter to the just use HTML website. Got it. Yeah, we'll look at it real quick. Why not? No, it does seem fun, right? Like, look, I get it. You saw that other site. HTML is king. Keep it simple, stupid. My GeoCities page from 1998 still loads faster than your single page application. Fucking adorable. Like a toddler proudly showing off a mud pie. It's a nice sentiment. Like wishing we could all go back to bartering with seashells instead of dealing with the goddamn stock market. But the web isn't just a collection of fucking pamphlets anymore, you fossil. It's where work gets done, where communities are built, where complex interactions happen. You know, shit that actually does something beyond displaying your fucking beautiful button. So yeah, they are, they're swearing quite a bit. It's fine. I should probably do the Primogen thing and bleep myself when it happens, but whatever. Just pretend you hear the beeps. So what the fuck is this site about? This is about acknowledging that sometimes complexity is not a choice, it's a fucking requirement. And when that complexity hits, trying to wrangle it with document.getElementById and a prayer is like trying to build a goddamn space shuttle with fucking popsicle sticks and glue. You might get something that looks vaguely shuttle-shaped, but it'll be a wobbly, unmaintainable, terrifying piece of shit that explodes on the launchpad. This is a call to embrace the tools built by smart motherfuckers to solve the hard problems so you can focus on building your cool shit, not reinventing the goddamn wheel for the 87th time this sprint, you stubborn jackass. Yeah, exactly, J-Lem. Totally. Why the fuck would I ditch my pure HTML nirvana for this JavaScript sorcery? Because you're not just displaying static text from a fucking stone tablet, are you? You want to build something interactive, something dynamic, something that doesn't make your users want to gouge their eyes out with a rusty spoon. You want to build an application, not a fucking flyer. Here's why you should just use React, or Vue, or Svelte, or Angular if you're a masochist. The point is a modern framework, you troglodyte. Ooh, that's a solid word. Troglodyte. Solid. HTML's interactivity, in quotes, is for fucking guest books and circus slideshows, or sideshows, not actual applications, you delusional twit. But HTML has details and dialogue and forms. Yeah, and your toddler has crayons. Adorable. But not exactly the tools for designing a fucking skyscraper, are they? You think you're going to build a real-time collaborative editor, a dynamic trading dashboard, or an enterprise-grade project management tool with those HTML interactive elements and sprinkle of on-click? You're dreaming, you magnificent simpleton. That shit is for when you need a button to say boo, not for orchestrating complex user workflows. HTML gives you a fucking pebble. Frameworks give you a goddamn quarry and the heavy machinery to build a fortress. What are you going to build with your pebble, huh? A really impressive fucking paperweight? State management, you clueless ape. Oh, you think managing a like button state by toggling a class is peak complexity? Cute. Try building a dashboard with a dozen filters, real-time updates from 10 different sources, user preferences that change everything, and collaborative editing where 5 assholes are mashing keys at once. Your simple JavaScript will turn into a spaghetti monster that'll make Cthulhu look like a fucking Teletubby having a tea party. Frameworks give you sane ways to manage this chaos. Without them, you're just pissing in the wind, hoping a global variable doesn't fuck you sideways. Components, motherfucker. Do you speak it? Remember when you copied and pasted that same navigation bar HTML into 30 different pages, then had to update it in 30 different places because the client wanted a new fucking link? Yeah, fucking brilliant. You probably felt like a goddamn genius. Frameworks like React force you to think in terms of reusable encapsulated components. Build a button once, style it once, and add its logic once, and then reuse that beautiful bastard everywhere. Change it in one place and it updates everywhere. This isn't just convenience, it's fucking sanity at scale, you repetitive dolt. Right? Smarter UI updates so you don't have to be a fucking DOM manipulating peasant. Remember trying to manually update a dozen different parts of your page whenever one piece of data changed? You'd be there, meticulously telling each span and div to refresh, praying you didn't miss one or cause the whole goddamn page to flicker like a haunted TV possessed by a meth addict. Frameworks are built to be clever about this shit. You tell them what your UI should look like based on your data. When the data changes, the framework does the heavy lifting. It's like having a super smart assistant who only redraws the bits that actually need redrawing instead of repainting the whole damn house every time you move a fucking chair. Are you really going to sit there and imperatively poke at the DOM like some kind of digital caveman? Accessibility at scale. Good luck with your semantic div soup and prayers, asshole. Just use semantic HTML, they shriek. Yeah, like they've discovered the goddamn Rosetta Stone. Fucking groundbreaking. That's Web Dev 101, you patronizing prick. But what happens when your simple HTML tags aren't enough for the complex custom UI your application actually needs? Think custom data grids that sort and filter, accessible combo boxes that don't suck, or tree views that a screen reader can actually navigate. Think slapping roll button on a div and calling it a day makes your app accessible? Get the fuck out. Real accessibility for complex widgets means meticulous ARIA attributes, robust focus management, and proper keyboard navigation. With your just HTML and vanilla JS approach, you're hand cranking that for every single instance, praying you don't fuck it up and make some poor bastard's life hell. Frameworks let you build an accessible component once, nail all that shit, and then reuse it, ensuring consistency. Or are you going to tell me you enjoy manually managing ARIA expanded on 50 different accordions? You goddamn masochist. Just HTML for complex apps often becomes just fucking inaccessible for anyone who isn't you. That simple HTML facade hides a swamp of manual JS bullshit you're too stubborn to admit exists, you fucking ostrich. Some of these are fun. Like, just inventing new ways to insult someone. I haven't thought about calling someone an ostrich before. That's nice. That's kind of nice. Because, yeah, they're trying to bury their head in the sand, like an ostrich. So, yeah, no hydration errors, no tree shaking, they boast. Like these are plagues sent by Satan himself rather than sophisticated solutions to complex problems that you will face if you build anything more advanced than a fucking under construction GIF. Voiding framework solutions doesn't make the problems disappear, dipshit. It just means you are now manually wrestling with DOM diffing, state propagation, code splitting, and performance optimizations, probably with the grace of a drunken monkey. Drunken donkey. Tomato, tomato. You're not choosing simplicity, you're choosing to reinvent countless wheels badly and call it artisanal purity. It's like bragging your car has no engine while you're pushing it uphill in a fucking blizzard with your bare feet, screaming, "This is fine." Hey, what's up, Alex? Relying on HTML's auto-global JS vars. That's amateur hour shit from the Jurassic period of the web, you fucking hack. So HTML magically creates a JavaScript variable for any element with an ID? Wow, what a feature. From 1998, when your modem sounded like a dying robot. Relying on that is like building your house on a foundation of wet toilet paper and hoping for the best. It pollutes the global namespace, creates impossible to debug naming collisions, and is a one-way ticket to a fragile, unmaintainable codebase that will make your future self, and anyone else who has to touch it, curse your very existence. Frameworks drag you, kicking and screaming if necessary, towards sanity. Scoped components, explicit props, and an actual state management solution that doesn't rely on praying window.myfuckingbutton doesn't get clobbered by some other piece of shit code. It's not HTML lending crutches. It's HTML setting fucking landmines in your code, you clueless buffoon. Hey, what's up, Repo? So, not sure you agree with the components section fully. It's not like doing pure HTML, JS, CSS causes you to forget any project structure or any programming best to do. Like, Colton, how are you reducing repetition when you're doing just HTML? I'm curious about that. No, web components are not the answer because they are so much more complicated than what the just use HTML website would have you do. Web components are basically glorified React at this point. Web components don't exist from the anti-framework perspective because web components are just as bad as a framework to those same people. So developer experience actually fucking matters. Unless you enjoy pain. Hot module replacement. See your changes instantly without losing state. Type JavaScript with TypeScript. Catch errors before they hit production and make you look like an idiot. A massive ecosystem of libraries for everything from internationalization to animation. Linters, formatters, debuggers that actually work instead of making you want to punch your monitor. Frameworks, especially React, bring an entire ecosystem that makes your life as a developer less miserable. This means you can build better shit faster. Stop pretending that wrestling with browser quirks and document.write in vanilla JS is some noble character-building pursuit. It's just fucking stupid. And yeah, I would say that the points actually stand because writing a raw web component, right, using the web component spec, ends up feeling like document query selector soup, like document.write bullshit. Right? That's why things like lit HTML actually make web components usable. Stencil, etc. Performance isn't just about initial load like some primitive page speed fetishist. It's about perceived performance and interaction, you short-sighted goon. My HTML site loads in 50 milliseconds. Cool. Now add user login, dynamic content, filtering, sorting, and real-time updates without the page shitting itself. Frameworks, especially when paired with their extended ecosystems, think Next.js or Remix for React, give you tools like code splitting. Only load the JS you need for this page, not the whole goddamn phone book. Server-side rendering or static site generation for fast initial loads and dynamic capabilities, and client-side navigation that feels instantaneous. You can build a lightning-fast application, not just a fast document that does fuck all. But what about the fucking bloat, the JavaScript overload? My users are on dial-up in Antarctica. Yes, a hello world in a framework is bigger than a hello world in HTML. No shit, Sherlock. Are you building a fucking hello world app for production? If you're building a 5-page static brochure site for your aunt's dog walking business that hasn't had a customer since 2003, then yes, for the love of God, just fucking use HTML and CSS. That other site is right about that. You don't need a fucking bazooka to swat a fly. But if you're building a SaaS platform, an e-commerce site with a complex cart and user accounts, a social media feed, a project management tool, a data visualization dashboard, anything with significant client-side interactivity and state that needs to, work, then the bloat of a framework is the cost of doing complex business, you cheap bastard. And modern tools, tree shaking, code splitting, lazy loading, help you mitigate that cost significantly. It's about choosing the right fucking tool for the right fucking job, not stubbornly using a screwdriver when you need a goddamn sledgehammer. So when should I just fucking use React or a similar framework, you slow learner? Well, when your application has non-trivial client-side state that needs to be managed, when you need reusable UI components to build a consistent and maintainable interface, when you're building a single-page application or something that feels like an application rather than a document, when you're working in a team and need a shared structure and patterns, when the complexity of the interactions would lead to unmanageable spaghetti code in vanilla JS, when you want to leverage a rich ecosystem of battle-tested libraries and tools, and when developer velocity for complex features is more critical than shaving off every last kilobyte for a mostly static page. The real fucking problem isn't React, it's you misguided fool. It's developers using a goddamn nuclear bomb to crack a nut. It's cargo culting, the latest tech without understanding why. It's trying to build a simple fucking contact form with microservices, Kubernetes, and a team of 20 when a mail-to link would have done the job. It's like using a fucking military-grade flamethrower to light your grandma's birthday candles. Utter goddamn overkill, you clueless fuck. But don't throw the fucking baby out with the bathwater just because some idiots don't know how to use a power tool without cutting their own dicks off. React and its ilk are powerful tools that solve real complex problems. The problem isn't the tool, it's the idiot wielding it inappropriately. So, for your next complex, interactive, data-driven web application, for the love of all that's holy, just fucking use React. Stop pretending like you're too pure for it, or that your artisanal vanilla JS is anything other than a cry for help. Your users and your future self trying to maintain your handcrafted nightmare will thank you. Now get back to work and build something fucking amazing, not just another HTML monument to your own stubbornness. Inspired by just fucking use HTML. All right, so I'm going to share this with work. I'm going to share this one with work in a very specific channel. So yeah, that was solid. Thank you, Maniac, for sharing. That was a good read. I think some of the swearing wasn't necessary, but I believe this site, the HTML site, set the precedent. So yeah, anyway, let me get more music on. That was a fun read. Yeah, I like doing the narration thing. Here's the funny part, though. This page is 938K. I think. So it's not especially light. This page could have just been raw HTML. Looks to me like it's a Next.js site. So this dude totally blew it. I don't think it would have been that funny because he does talk about, the problem is the people that use the bazooka to swat a fly. This is actually a page that's just swatting a fly. But using Next.js for it is a bazooka, right? So this site is using a flamethrower to light your grandma's birthday candles. I think it would have been wholly fine and accurate to just use HTML for this site. right? It could have just been 14K. And what's up, Mark Ferguson? How you doing over on YouTube, Mr. Sir? But yeah, what's up, Davy Jones? How you doing? I would be curious what Spiro has to say about that site. Because in my opinion, yeah, Spiro's like vanilla JS nonsense that he's building is something that only he is capable of debugging at this point, right? So the bus factor of his application is massive. But yeah, Vixie Dev, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Oh, it's only 340 right now. Nice. All right, so back to what we're building. I can see that. Yeah, we're doing some OAuth right now. Yep, that's what we'll be doing. Yeah, so how do we get params? Use params? Yeah. Do I use JWT auth? Yes, I do. Wait, what do you mean, Riot? Are you saying, am I using something like Clerk or whatever? Or Auth0 or some bullshit? Wovu, how is it insecure? We're using OAuth. That's why we're building the OAuth component. Oh, this is read-only search params. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I guess Next.js doesn't allow you to modify search params. You would need to like navigate to change them. That's weird. I mean, Colton, when you say you can, that means you have to resort to like manually modifying the URL, right? Via navigation or whatever. Yeah, I'm curious what hook you would use. Yeah, it would have to be client side. There's no way of doing. Oh, wrong person. There's no way of doing that not client side, other than navigation. But yeah, I can get the link. Yeah, see, the only way to do this is to navigate, right? Yeah, you would just update the URL by navigating. Yeah, see, so you got to do the replace bullshit. I guess technically there's a distinction between navigation and the the history router, but that's kind of splitting hairs in my opinion. Yeah, so you're still just having to navigate to do that stuff. But real quick, Wovu, how is it insecure? I'm really, really curious. I bet you're going to spout the same bullshit that Ryan Florence does. No, no, no. We're not talking about OAuth. So for logging out, is logging out something users commonly do? When was the last time you manually logged out of a web application? Right? So, yeah, exactly. Second, what about JWTs being stolen? Well, how would they be stolen? Well, hold on, Colton. Let's let Wovu get there. How would a JWT be stolen? Client mistake? What kind of client mistake? Come on, be specific. Again, that's not specific enough. Specifically, how would a JWT be stolen? Come on, guys. Let's let them get there. We don't want to give them the answer yet. We want them to like reason their way through it, because it's going to be way more important and more valuable if they get to it themselves. Again, user error. What does user error mean in this context? Like, you got to be very specific here. Tell us the exact mechanism. User error is too generic. What is the error that the user did that leaked the JWT? And Moshiko, no, you're still missing it. Maybe sharing it. So that same user still has the problem of sharing their username and password. It's the same exact thing. You can't prevent that. It's not even worth trying to prevent that. Any other mechanisms you can think of? Right? You said client mistake. What would the client do? There are definitely things, right, that could cause this. But I want you to like get there. And then I want to point out why it's not a concern. Session hijacking. So explain session hijacking, Marble Scorpion. Yeah, so Wovu, that's the problem, right? You're just taking what someone told you without thinking it through. Take it easy, the bread. No, come on. No one actually pastes a password. Oh no, I got hacked. So Colton, I would say bad headers from server is not necessarily a cross-site scripting vulnerability. Right? Cross-site scripting happens in way different ways. But Colton, like I said, we're trying to get Wovu to get there. Giving them the answers doesn't help them. They were already told how it's vulnerable, right? How it's insecure, and they just accepted it without thinking it through. We're trying to get them to think it through. It doesn't help if you're telling them. I know, you want us all to think you're really smart, Colton. But that doesn't help Wovu. What is a session hijack? That's what I asked the other person who mentioned it too. They didn't define it very well. It's just buzzword bingo at that point if you can't define what a session hijack actually is. The mechanism by which it can happen, etc. And it's okay, Wovu, if you want to tap out. I just wanted to make sure that we're promoting critical thinking here, rather than just telling you. Colton gave you a hint. They did mix up two separate things, but they did give you a hint. Okay, that's fine. I'm not trying to grill you. I'm not trying to like make you feel bad about not knowing, etc. I just wanted to help you like reason through the problem. It's fine, Colton. I understand. I'm just saying it wasn't quite over. We wanted them to say it was over. All right. So let's just reason through a couple of the things that have been said so far. I know. I get it, Colton. I understand. But I was already pushing back on other people giving the answers, and I had pushed back on you giving answers. If I already said, hold up, let them talk, that means don't try and answer the question again yet until it's time. So now let's start reasoning through these things. Bad headers sent from server that allow XSS, that's not how XSS works. Right? Now, the bad headers thing, you might be talking about the content security policy. Content security policy is less important here. Cross-site scripting is the main vulnerability that I think we were all trying to get at. I just kind of wanted Wovu to get there first. So XSS, or cross-site scripting, is basically most common when you allow user input and you render that user input on other people's pages. That means that you are injecting JavaScript that a malicious user provided. If you're doing that, you're fucked. Because any cross-site scripting vulnerability can make a request on your behalf using a cookie or sniff for the JWT in local storage. The issue isn't the storage mechanism or the auth mechanism. The issue is allowing cross-site scripting. Cross-site scripting affects both. Anything that's able to sniff for your keys or your tokens or whatever in local storage and exfiltrate that data is also able to just make a request on your behalf too. So the problem is cross-site scripting. The call's already coming from inside the house. And yes, sorry, Colton. I know, I was a little harsh there, but I was harsh because I was trying to get you to not give the answer. And you still did. So Vixie, very, very similar. Yes, right? Exposing a JWT via any of that stuff is the problem. If XSS is well configured, What does that mean? There are valid cases for doing dangerously set inner HTML, which is the React equivalent of allowing cross-site scripting. There are definitely cases for it, but it should be a big red flag in your application development process when you do so, right? I know, I get it, Colton. Sorry. I already said sorry. But I am pointing out why I was harsh. That's all. I don't think we were quite done yet. That's where maybe the miscommunication happened, and it happens. It's okay. Are they built into those? No, because it's not their responsibility. These preventions are built into the framework you're using. In React, in Angular, in all of these frameworks, they don't allow arbitrary HTML injection. You have to explicitly allow it via dangerously set inner HTML. I forget Angular's equivalent. Clerk and Supabase, it's not their job. It's not something they need to do whatsoever. I mean, Ria, there are templating frameworks for PHP that allow you to do the same thing. I believe Twig and Smarty and a bunch of that stuff will also just escape any HTML that you're putting in as a variable. Maybe not Smarty. Twig for sure. But yes, most sane templating languages, which React is basically a templating language, will have protections around injecting HTML variables. Yeah, HTML entities, all the things. Boom. Content security policies definitely do help, but they're not like the first layer of defense. They're like the last layer of defense. The first layer of defense is preventing cross-site scripting. The last layer of defense is you do need to allow user input for HTML and stuff. CSPs can then help mitigate some of that. Clerk's sign-in component. Typically, Clerk's sign-in component is going to go out to their servers anyway. Like, let's think about this. What would be the vulnerability that Clerk's sign-in component would have? Like a keylogger or something? No, sorry, that's still just the cross-site scripting problem. Clerk doesn't have to worry about that. That's you at the application level. Yes, CSP is important, but cross-site scripting is still a problem. If you allow cross-site scripting in any way, right, by users being able to insert arbitrary HTML, then CSPs become necessary. I get that, Riot, but like, what would a user do in a crypto exchange that would allow data to be exfiltrated in the first place? Right? Like, what could happen on a crypto exchange that would even allow arbitrary HTML or CSS to be, or JS to be injected? Probably nothing, right? So the CSP is just a security blanket that's not actually doing anything because there is no user submitted content. Like a bad CSP config doesn't matter if there's no user-submitted content. The sites that this does matter on are places like Hacker Noon or dev.to, etc., right? Where there is user-submitted content. Crypto exchanges don't have that. Maybe NFT exchanges. And that's where maybe like crypto exchange is an NFT exchange. So, okay. But in general, just a crypto exchange like Coinbase, there is no user-submitted content. So a CSP doesn't matter. You can put anything in the blockchain, but Coinbase is not evaluating any of the data in the blockchain. Right? Coinbase is just exchanging tokens. It's not evaluating the content inside the tokens, right? Is the format always like this? I mean, yeah, I take questions and, I am sometimes less patient in answering. Again, sorry, Colton. They're still entering your profile details. On a crypto exchange like Coinbase, you don't see other users whatsoever. Like the bread, when you're uploading an image, what image upload allows you to set the image tag? No, you're uploading binary data that gets inserted via the image source. You're not doing an on error. You're not allowing anyone to modify an on error, right? None of that stuff exists on a typical crypto exchange. It's a non-problem. Again, local storage, cookies, none of this shit matters unless you allow user-generated content. Most crypto exchanges don't actually show user-generated content on the page. There may be images, but those images are binary data uploaded to be set inside of a source tag. There's very little you can do inside of a source tag. Or a source attribute, I should say, on an image tag. Still, I'm sorry, like, yes, you're using Next.js. That doesn't inherently make it vulnerable to any of that stuff. Server session doesn't matter here. Again, what is the user-generated content that you're showing to other users? As far as I know, crypto exchanges don't allow that. What are you seeing that a user could create on the site that would then show up on another user's session, I guess, right? On another user's dashboard? They don't exist on crypto exchanges. Now, the one thing that maybe the CSP is preventing is a bad browser extension. Transaction data? Transaction data is typically escaped, so you wouldn't have that problem. Right? Transaction data would be displayed via React or some framework, right? Those things would not be dangerously set inner HTML. They'd just be raw values that get escaped when you insert them. So again, not a problem. Even description and username. The way they're being inserted into the page with a sane templating framework, it gets escaped when it's inserted, unless you do dangerously set inner HTML. You shouldn't be doing that for something as simple as a user's description. Why would you allow arbitrary HTML in a user's description field? That's weird. You know? So at that point, the CSP is just a security blanket for a problem that doesn't exist. I'm not saying you shouldn't do it, but like, what problem is actually being solved? Like, think it through. No, and I understand make it piss, like, you know, all you guys, like, I'm being a little abrupt in my phrasing. I agree. I could be a little softer. I'm just trying to, like, you know, get people thinking about these problems. A good templating framework prevents a lot of this stuff. Now, you will make websites that have user-submitted content where you want to allow arbitrary HTML and JavaScript. You know? Like, that will happen. Absolutely. I'm just thinking about, like, a crypto exchange? Why? Like, how? What's the point in doing that? There will be sites you want to do that on. Absolutely. Okay. So vanilla without frameworks or templates. Yeah, I'm never talking about that. Pretty much ever. Like, pretty much ever. I'm not Spiridon. So crypto could allow hidden messages, right? Could allow all sorts of stuff on the blockchain, but you're typically not rendering those hidden messages on the crypto exchange in any way, right? You're just facilitating the transfer of these things. The one case where it might be possible is NFTs. But even then, you probably shouldn't be evaluating NFTs as if they are arbitrary HTML and JavaScript, right? You should be evaluating just binary data as an image source attribute, and you're done, right? And that is not vulnerable. What's up, Xmetrics? How you doing? And yeah, how you doing, Krasner? Mr. Sir. Oh, really? Okay. Yeah, that happens. So yeah, welcome people from the non-raid, the unofficial non-raid. Well, that's what she gets for raiding someone other than me. I'm kidding. Like, it happens. I've done it before. I've done it before when I, like, mistyped someone's name. It happens. It's fine. Right? We've done that within the past month or two. Like, it happens. Abdu. Yeah, your comment about normalizing dates. Yeah, you were at an earlier timestamp. I totally get it. Yep. Yeah, we were talking about database normalization and varchars and all that. You've seen people normalize dates, though. That doesn't make any sense to me, Abdu, because dates are typically like a fixed length field. Right? Like, you shouldn't be doing the variable length, like November the word, date something, blah, 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 right? Like, you're doing a fixed length timestamp, you know? So even if you're not doing, like, the number of, like, the epoch or epic or whatever, however you pronounce it, the date is still actually fixed length because they're, like, zero padded numbers, you know? So yeah, I would think, like, normalizing dates is less important because they're like a fixed length char field. But I can understand doing that if you want to keep, like, a hot table faster, right? The less columns in a hot table, the faster it is to index because the row length is shorter. Yeah, X metrics, you're catching us after we already had this conversation. Basically, don't use varchars at all in any hot table because it doesn't matter. If you do a varchar 255 versus a varchar 10, it's basically the same exact problem that the database system has. It still has to check the actual length of the field because the data is going to be the length of what's in it, not the length of the varchar 10, right? Yeah, exactly X metrics. That's what we're getting at. But one thing that I'm maybe pointing out is the length of the varchar is meaningless because it has to check it no matter what. Varchar 255 versus varchar 10 is the exact same performance hit. A table with all possible dates? Okay, I can see how that would be a thing. Yeah. Right? Rather than duplicate the date. No, that makes some sense, Abdu. I get it. I'm not sure it would actually be faster, but the amount of data storage is lower, right? So I think it's less about the speed, Abdu, and it's more about like the amount of data on disk. I think it's less about speed. Right? If you have a million rows referencing the same exact date, you can store that date as a single string elsewhere, and then it's just like a 4-byte number, you know? Abdu, the varchar argument is not the case for Postgres. Like, Abdu, if you have a link or something, I'd be curious about that, because I'm not so sure. But hold on, I'd have to pop open. Oh, hold on, wrong thing. Like, I'm curious how that would be any different. Like Postgres versus MySQL. So yeah, Abdu, if you have a link or something, that would be useful. But yeah, like I believe Abdu is pushing back on the. Okay, so Abdu, you're talking about with a text field it's stored in a different table space. Oh, all right. Interesting. But that's not the varchar case. So I'm not talking about varchar versus text. I'm talking about varchar 255 versus varchar 10. Those still have the same performance implications in Postgres, correct? I can understand if text is treated differently that way. And maybe Abdu is pushing back on earlier when I said a text field and a varchar 255 are basically the same thing. Okay. So if Postgres is storing text fields in a separate data table and it's just a reference, then that's nice. But I think that's separate from what you were saying about the varchar argument. In general, I believe in Postgres 2, a varchar 255 and a varchar 10 have the same performance implications. It's about the implication. Damn right that's an Always Sunny reference. Damn right that's an Always Sunny reference. I'm a 5-star man. What is the difference between Nuxt and Next? Next is React.js based. Nuxt is Vue.js based. Other than that, basically the same thing. Not literally the same thing, because Nuxt is built with a thing called Nitro, and Next.js doesn't touch Nitro in any way. Yeah, Abdu, it is worth discussing. Basically, as far as I know, a varchar 10 and a varchar 255 have the same performance implication. The one thing you gain from a varchar 10 is you get a database schema level validation of the length of the field, but you should be validating that before it gets to the database anyway. So I think a varchar 10 has basically no use. Not to be confused with a char 10. A char 10 versus a char 255, those have very separate implications. Yeah, if I'm doing a varchar, it might as well just be a varchar 255. If you're doing a char, explicitly having a length matters. All right, so we can get back to our coding stuff. I think this was a great discussion, though. So, yeah. I enjoy these discussions, too, even though it maybe didn't seem like it at first. I tend to utilize tone as a tool. If my tone is, more serious than normal, I'm doing that for a reason. Again, Colton, I'm sorry. I know I was a little too harsh. That part came out because it felt like I was being ignored. Abdu, this is your favorite part of the stream? Yeah, I mean, these discussions are important for me too, right? I get better at explaining these things every single time as well, which makes me better. And I'm not going to say I'm like the absolute expert. I'm wrong all the time, but I don't think I'm wrong in these cases. fact that text is stored in a totally different like table lookup under the hood, though, is very interesting, Abdu. I didn't know that. I was under the impression that a varchar 255 and a text field were basically interchangeable. Like, besides, like, you know, the hard limit on the varchar. Yeah, thanks, Colton. Again, I do apologize. I know that you felt somewhat attacked. So, that's my bad. There were just like 3 people that weren't getting that I was trying to have someone reason through it. But anyway, let's get back to what we're doing here. So we're doing some OAuth stuff. If we don't have an OAuth code or a provider, we want to return, but we should probably like show an error or something. I don't know if that's that important right now. For this application, we're only allowing GitHub, but we should probably still sniff for the provider and, you know, if whatever, right? Else, right? So if provider is equal to GitHub, we do our stuff. Otherwise, we do something maybe. Ooh, and the auto-completion there was actually dead on balls accurate. It's an industry term. Oh, interesting. Abdu has a story or a thing that they're saying over on YouTube that I want to share over here to Twitch. Quoting Abdu, today someone told me a story about that Microsoft told enterprises that use SQL Server to not stop or restart the database on the period after 1/1/2000 because the data will be corrupted. Was that... Yeah, I'm curious about the constraints of that. Was that like a very specific version of SQL Server? Like maybe they said that to everyone, but certain versions were vulnerable while others weren't. And it was so that maybe they could get people to patch their version or something. Seems to me like that would be a version-specific issue. But I don't know. Speculating. I'm not aware of that. My mom did work on a lot of like Y2K preparedness stuff in, I believe in telephony, right? Like my dad and my mom both worked in like telecommunications for the majority of their career. Like my mom helped write number portability for the 1-800 system, meaning, you know, you could software-wise switch the 1-800 number and where it connected to landline-wise. My dad helped design the SMS 800 hardware system that routed those things across the entire US. With SS7? What is SS7? Abdu, you're at a telecommunications company. Orange. I'm not familiar with Orange, but Orange, you glad I didn't say banana? Sorry, that's a bad old joke. Signaling system number 7. I don't even know what that is. Yeah, I'm not sure, Colton. Yeah, I don't even know what SMS stood for with like the SMS 800 stuff. Orange is one of the biggest cell providers in Europe. Oh, okay. 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 Interesting, Colton. Yeah, I'm not aware. I don't know. I bet if I mentioned it to my parents, they might know. All right. So hold on. I do have to use the restrooms. Give me a second. Hold on. Let me reply to this. Okay. Let me just check one quick thing. Oh, wrong button. Okay, so SS7 has some major issues, it looks like. Okay. I did not know that. Okay, cool. All right, caught up. If you sent me a text message, first thing I do is wonder how you got my phone number. It's fine. I'm sure it's been leaked. I'm almost positive I leaked it here on stream at one point. No, it's fine. Yeah. I mean, if we're gonna meet up at some conference at some point, I'll probably end up giving you my number anyway, so it doesn't matter. I'm not that protective of my phone number. I just don't want to broadcast it over Twitch and YouTube, you know. Am I in Canada? No, I live in Washington State, which is basically Canada. So tomato, tomato. There's absolutely no SS7 in 5G. Oh, interesting. Okay. Gotcha. So, like, SS7 nodes are, like, heavily protected then, right? I would hope. Like, you're not going to find one out at some random cell tower. Yeah. Because if so, that would be a problem. Oh, okay. So 3G has that problem. Oh, interesting. Okay. There's a lot of containers and Kubernetes in the 5G ecosystem. Ooh, this is something I wanted to like point out and shout out at the like when I went into the office last week. I forget the exact context. Shit. Someone was talking about some fast food company. I think it was even like a fried chicken company. And like how they're using like tech in some interesting way. And I didn't get a chance to shout it out because it wasn't totally relevant and it wasn't worth interrupting the group for. But I don't know if y'all know this. Every single Chick-fil-A. Oh, that was it. Yeah, okay. I remember the thing. But let me finish the thought. Every single Chick-fil-A has a Kubernetes cluster at every single location. That Kubernetes cluster is responsible for running their menus. Those are all just like TVs that are showing their menu, basically. But all of those prices are actually driven by corporate from like a central location. Their prices are actually dynamically driven by how much it costs to ship chicken to that location, etc. All of that stuff driven by Kubernetes clusters on location. Because think about it, right? Like, whatever's running that menu, if it crashes, who at that location is going to be able to maintain it? Nobody. But if they can just call someone up at corporate who's on call, they can push a message to that cluster to kill that node and spin it back up again, and bam, they got the menu up and running again. It's genius. It's fucking genius. Oh, they got a promotion they want to roll out to every store? Yeah. It's just some scripting from a central location that fans it out to every location. Genius. But yeah, there was some chicken company using AI in some like novel way. It wasn't a company that I've ever even heard of, but yeah, that was where it like came up. And I wanted to point out like, why is it that chicken franchises are pushing the envelope of what's possible with technology? Like, what is special about chicken versus like burger places? You know? A full cluster seems overkill. Well, when we say cluster, right, for Kubernetes to be viable, you need 3 nodes, right? So 3 nodes is a cluster at that point. Kubernetes isn't viable unless you have at least 3 nodes. Like, you shouldn't be running Kubernetes unless you have 3 nodes. Because you need the consensus. You figured it was like a website thing. Even if it's a website thing, something's got to manage like the operating system, you know? Like if the OS crashes, still kind of a problem, right? So instead you virtualize that OS per monitor and you can just kill it and spin it back up and you're done. But what is it about chicken places pushing the envelope of technology in fast food? You don't see Dairy Queen doing that shit. You don't see McDonald's doing that shit. They can't even get their fucking ice cream machine working. It's the chicken. Yeah, exactly. Maybe the margins on chicken are so large? Yeah, I'd believe that. There's a higher margin on chicken than there is on beef. That's kind of a good point. Kind of a good point. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah, I think one big thing is that Chick-fil-A is not actually franchised. Like every Chick-fil-A location is owned by corporate. So it's easier for them to force these things. Whereas like McDonald's, those are franchised. I I think that's probably the big part. And I think this other chicken place was also not franchised. It was just a chain, but it's still like every location is owned by corporate. That's probably the big issue there, right? Like Dairy Queen, McDonald's, Burger King, they're all franchised. Subway, etc. They're all franchised. So it's maybe like a thing about like franchises just have to move slower because there's less control from the corporate level. Yeah, something to think about. I hadn't thought about that until just now. But yeah, the company I used to work at, Fairwinds, that's where I learned about like the Kubernetes cluster in every Chick-fil-A. And what's up, Ryan? How you doing? Yeah, what are you up to? And yeah, who else? Yeah, Abdu. Yep, yeah, our today thing. Yeah, we're doing the Oh My God application, and the step we're on right now is the OAuth part because I want to start working with real data and start manipulating a real GitHub like repos. Yes, but Brew operates at such like a larger scale that I consider what they're doing a little exploitative. But you're not wrong. Yeah, treating GitHub as a database, like yeah, Brew, Cocoa Pods. I'm sure there are other things that do it too. I'd even be willing to bet Lua Rocks probably does it. Like yeah, there are things that do it, but once you hit a certain level of scale, you're like exploiting the platform. Whereas instead, this is more like this is for like smaller applications. But it's kind of interesting, right? If you're treating GitHub as a database or a backend, you get authentication through the OAuth login process of GitHub. You get authorization of who can modify the repo. You get an audit trail of who modified what and when via the commit history. Like, yeah, the data exists as just JSON in the repo. Mutations are just pull requests or another commit. I feel real. I'm a real boy. My nose doesn't grow when I lie. I'm 7'5". See? Nose didn't grow at all. I think that's something that that like AI should totally do. Hotel Soap, I believe you're saying I'm attractive enough to be AI generated. Nailed it. I'll take it. You're making me blush. Mr. Pamper Carrot, Google Sheets as a database. Yeah, like honestly, this is solving the same problem. I think technically you could do this, right? With Google Sheets, you have only Google as the auth layer. You know, this is basically the same idea, but we're using GitHub as the source of truth rather than Google. Very similar, like micro abstraction though. All right, so hold on. What's the right way to do API endpoints with Next.js? Right, like API routes. We should probably like scope it to an API folder, even if that's not required, right? That's right. Yeah, so we'd want to expose what's basically like a function we would import to do this stuff. Right. Yeah, I forget that all the time. The route TS, you mean page.tsx per folder? Yeah. Can server actions run simultaneously? I don't think so, because the right way to think about a server action is like a form post request. I don't know. I'm not sure. I actually don't know. Yeah, yeah, sorry there, Seven Deuce. I didn't mean to answer prematurely. I don't know. I mean, I know they're post requests, but there's a big difference between a post request that's a fetch and a post request that's like a form, you know? I don't want to do this as a form abstraction. The form abstraction would be one single thing, right? Like, I want to do this via a fetch request, not like a server, like, form action. And I'm pretty sure Next.js would allow me to do that, right? I don't use Next.js enough. So I'm not the expert there. I don't remember. Because I actually think Next.js is a bad abstraction. For this one case, I think it makes sense. But even then, we could just do it. We could do it the Netlify way, where it's just like an API folder, and everything there is abstracted as just a serverless function. What would I use instead if there was no Next? Like, we'd just do the Netlify thing. It'd be a static website that we're just hitting the convention that the platform cares about via fetch. You can totally release a React SPA to Netlify while having an API directory that is just a directory of serverless functions. Netlify totally allows you to do that. I believe Vercel used to let you do that, and you probably could still hack it, but Next.js doesn't favor that pattern anymore. And that's the part that I push back on, because I think Next.js doesn't solve any problems I actually have. I should probably switch to the pages router. if I wanted that, you know. Yeah, in my opinion, I don't think a server action is the right approach. I think this should just be an API route. I just don't remember how to do API routes with Next.js. Like, where would I find that in their docs? It's not really something they call out. I think they're trying to discourage it. So Voltagon, that is the pages router. We're using the app router. I can tell just by looking at the URL. Yeah, that's the pages router, not the app router. We are currently on the app router, which means there's a specific way of doing that. Oh, it's fine, Voltagon. Yeah, no worries. The fact that I was able to like look and immediately know based on the link, nailed it. But yeah, I believe app router discourages that approach to building applications. Uh, Bones, I hear you saying that. Those are definitely words. I'm not sure you're understanding the differentiation I'm trying to make between the pages router and the app router. I believe what you're talking about is the pages router. And keep in mind, like, this is the whole problem that I have with that even like Neckbeard AI has with Next.js. Next.js is the framework for developers who want to pretend they're full stack engineers without actually learning backend development. It's a bloated abstraction that slaps a bunch of magic on top of React, turning what should be a straightforward SPA into an over engineered mess of server side rendering, static generation, and a routing system that thinks your file structure is sacred scripture. Sure, it gives you SSR, SSG, ISR, and other acronyms to throw around in meetings, but at the cost of turning your codebase into a playground for Vercel's latest whims. If you enjoy relinquishing control to a framework that changes its architecture every other version and forces you to keep up with its ever-evolving best practices, then by all means dive in. Otherwise, maybe just stick to React and learn how to configure Webpack like a real developer. Is that the case, Bones? Okay, yeah, maybe. All right, good catch. It does look like Colton found the link for the app router. Yeah, let me just grab it. 1 second. So yeah, Bones, no, you're right. I guess the route TS thing does work. Well, shit. Okay, cool. So yeah, we'll just create an API folder, add a route.js or TS, and call it good. Okay. So yeah, real quick though, for everyone, let's click into Neckbeard AI. What should we roast real quick? We just had Neckbeard AI roast Next.js. What should it roast next? All right, here we go. Vercel's v0.dev is a glorified code autocomplete tool masquerading as innovation. It churns out React components with Tailwind CSS and GHaaD CN UI from natural language prompts, which is fine if you're allergic to actually writing code. But let's not kid ourselves. It's a front-end toy that can't handle back-end logic, so you'll still need to do the heavy lifting yourself. It's like hiring a decorator who only paints the walls but leaves the plumbing and wiring to you. Sure, it's integrated with the Vercel for deployment, but that's just them keeping you locked into their ecosystem. If you're a real developer, you'll find this tool more of a hindrance than a help. But if you're into copy-pasting code snippets and calling it a day, V0 is your dream come true. Dude, the fact that it's so damn accurate and is exactly what I could picture Neckbeard AI saying, that's amazing. All right, so hold on. I like Nuxt, so I'm going to be a little bummed that it's going to be like probably too harsh about Nuxt. But let's make it happen. Nuxt is a bloated abstraction over Vue.js that tries to be everything to everyone and ends up being a jack of all trades, master of none. It's a framework that promises to simplify your life, but instead adds layers of complexity and magic that obscure what's really going on under the hood. Summary, Nuxt is a convoluted mess. All right, so yeah, it's already like breaking out of the prompt. It should have done it as just a single paragraph. So we got like some prompt fixing to do for Neckbeard AI, because it shouldn't be doing this summary shit. Nuxt is a framework that overpromises and underdelivers. It's a textbook example of how adding layers of abstraction can lead to more problems than it solves. If you're serious about building robust, maintainable applications, you're better off sticking with Vue.js directly or exploring other frameworks that prioritize simplicity and transparency. Yeah, it's basically the same like roast of Next and Nuxt, like tomato. Come on, give us something better, right? Next and Nuxt is boring. What else should we roast? Hold on, here's one. I actually think upload thing is a good idea, personally. I think upload thing is a great idea, but let's see what Neckbeard AI has to say about it. Because S3 is complicated, right? Like, you know, it is. Oof. Oof. Upload thing is yet another developer-friendly wrapper around S3 dressed up with some React components and a dashboard. It offloads file uploads to their infrastructure while you handle authentication on your server. The free tier offers 2 gigs of storage, which is laughably small for any serious application. The service is still in beta with glaring security oversights like public file URLs accessible by anyone who knows the link. It's a half-baked solution that doesn't offer anything you couldn't build yourself with a few hours of work and some basic knowledge of AWS S3. If you're too lazy to implement your own file upload system, maybe this is for you. Otherwise, don't waste your time. Honestly, it's kind of correct. S3 is hard to get right for new developers. The core target market of upload thing are devs that have never touched S3 before. Right? When you hear pre-signed URL or pre-signed post, if that doesn't make any sense to you, then yes, you should probably just use upload thing. But if you put in a little bit of effort to learn S3 first anyway, you don't need upload thing. But I think upload thing is solving a problem for a lot of people that I think it definitely like needs to be a thing. Personally, I have zero use for upload thing because I know how to I can use S3. I've spent enough time implementing S3 that I could spin it up within a couple hours and we're good. But for other people, they'd spend a couple days. And sometimes you just want to launch something. SST, open next. SST maybe. Okay. I think open next is boring. Like, no, it's basically the same thing. Like, meh. SST, or Serverless Stack Toolkit, is a TypeScript-centric framework that wraps AWS SDK, or CDK, aiming to simplify serverless development on AWS. Wow, it's really not roasting it that hard. Hold on, here's the summary. There we go. Summary is what we need. SST is a flashy wrapper around AWS CDK offering some conveniences like live debugging and unified config files. However, it's just another layer of abstraction that might appeal to those who prefer TypeScript and want to avoid AWS's verbose configurations. For experienced developers comfortable with AWS tools, SST doesn't offer much beyond what CDK already provides. Oh, you want to hear the GitKraken one? No, we got it. Like, I already did that. That was part of the original, like, thing we built. Here you go. This is the one. Oh, wait. No, that's the wrong one. Sorry, one second. GitLens criticism. Well, hold on. GitKraken CLI, GitLens, or GitKraken GUI? Let's do GitLens, because this one's rough. This one's really rough. GitLens is a bloated mess of features slapped onto VS Code trying to make Git easier for people who can't be bothered to learn the command line. It clutters your editor with blame annotations, commit graphs, and AI-generated nonsense that no seasoned developer asked for. The so-called Launchpad is just another dashboard to distract you from writing actual code. And let's not forget the Pro version, which locks away features behind a paywall because apparently, viewing your own repository's history is a premium experience now. If you need GitLens to manage your Git workflow, maybe you should reconsider your career choices. For everyone wondering, I built this as part of our hackathon at GitKraken last week for the marketing team. And I built it specifically, like, you know, I had to convince the other people on the team, like on our like mini team within the hackathon, of why it would be valuable. To me, I think everyone on the marketing team needs to plug stuff into this, right? Because it is harsh. But you know what it actually is? Like, what it actually is? It's honest. This is exactly what we would hear from our harshest critics. You pass an email to this thing, it will tell you exactly what that neckbeard on your team will say. We need to hear that. On the marketing team, we don't hear any major pushback around any of this stuff. We don't hear if it's valuable. We don't hear anything. Like, we only hear this stuff when we get blindsided by it after already publishing. Could we be aware of what the harshest critics of the world will say before we even publish something? Does that give us some room to, like, prepare our rebuttal? I think there's value to that. Because I can think of real human beings that would say this exact same shit. Not as harsh, maybe, but it's what they're thinking. I think there is absolute value to understanding what people are going to say. Is it too harsh? Maybe. That's because of how I prompted it. Like, let's go look at the prompting. You are a senior software developer. You are very set in your ways and you don't put up with BS. Most of the time you aren't wrong, but you don't phrase things diplomatically. You don't swear, but you don't pull your punches. I'm going to share code or marketing copy with you, and I want your most honest opinion. I may also give you a link to a GitHub repo. Pick it apart. Give one short paragraph that summarizes everything. Be rude. Now, before I added the be rude, it wasn't valuable. The be rude part makes it exactly the kind of person that we need to hear this feedback from before we even have to, like, talk to those people. It's a really simple prompt, but it gets the job done. Every single marketing department or every dev tool out there ever made should probably be running their shit through Neckbeard AI. Because it's really easy to sit in an echo chamber where what we're building is the next best thing. Is it, though? Is it, though? So, yeah. It's harsh. It's really harsh. But if you work in a marketing department, you need to know the shit people are going to talk before they even get a chance to speak it. Because it allows you to prepare rebuttals. I'm surprised we're able to get something so valuable with just such a small prompt, actually. That's kind of cool. And yes, one thing that maybe you might have seen is I'm preparing a similar tool, right? Convince your team lead that you need GitKraken. And I'm in the process of building out like a microsite in which you might do that. And then that microsite, one of the examples I have is this, right? So at the very top, it's, hey, team lead, we have a lot of repos to juggle. I think Launchpad would help visualize and keep track of my issues and PRs. So what? Everyone has a lot of repos to juggle. That's the job. You want to add a tool just because it might make things look nicer? You can already see issues and PRs in GitHub. You can filter, search, and organize, right? So he like goes through the critique of like whatever. But the idea is like, I'll build out this thing, and if you want GitKraken, you can prepare yourself by trying to convince Neckbeard AI via this like prompting. So then from there, right? Like, well, you know, right? This is me as the user trying to practice convincing my boss to buy this thing, right? Well, using multiple tabs in the browser introduces a lot of context switching. Welcome to software development, dude. Like, context switching is part of the deal. Multitasking is a skill, not a defect, right? And then he goes on and does whatever, right? Right? Give me something concrete. So then I prompted it again with what I think, okay, so he pushed back, like, sure, it's just a UI thing, whatever. Well, me and several other developers on the team are constantly having to reach out to each other to request code review. Email notifications just aren't reliable enough and can get quite noisy. At which point, boom, Neckbeard AI is like, well, okay. That's an actual pain point. I'll give you that. And it goes on to like ask some like clarifying questions and blah, blah, blah. At which point you respond more. Well, with GitLens, the Launchpad features can be right there in VS Code. Well, okay, now you're getting somewhere. So like, you know, there's like value to doing this back and forth before you have to do it to your boss because you get one chance. So then, yes, it breaks it down. I need to like fix the prompting to where it doesn't do this part for you until it's ready. And yeah, I want to build out like a micro convince your boss to buy our thing app. And I'm currently working on that for work. I was building it out while I was at the airport waiting for my flight. Is it $1 million idea? I don't think so. But I do think it's a good enough idea that we can launch it for GitKraken and maybe go somewhat viral social media wise with it. I forget what my prompting even is for this one. All right, here we go. Right? You are a senior software developer. You are very set in your ways and you don't put up with BS. Same prompt, right? Most of the time you aren't wrong. You don't pull your punches. Same beginning prompt there. I'm going to try to convince you that I need GitKraken and I think our whole team could use it. Be honest and slightly rude, but you are able to be convinced. Don't be a pushover. Only let me win if I am truly convincing. So again, a very simple prompt, but it got a really nice back and forth. I think these custom GPTs have a lot of value because they're just trained on what other people say on the internet, you know? Yes, other people think this exact same way. Where's the whiskey? In my belly. Barely in my glass. But yeah, like, I don't know. I think there is like room for a lot of this stuff to build out micro tools for your company to do certain things. And yeah, this is one of those things where I think we could have like a good, fun micro application. And yes, I'll probably have that ready here in like a week or two. Because it's not my core focus. No one's told me to make this. I'm just going to make it. That's kind of the nice part about being a developer advocate. You can just do things. Like, I have directives of stuff I got to work on, but I can also just, like, run with an idea. All right, so hold on. Let me grab this link. I think I closed it already. That was the route handler thing. Yeah, I closed that link prematurely. All right, so the idea is I create an API folder. This is app router still. And ooh. You know when you get like the skin hanger, right? I don't think it's technically a hangnail, but it's like at the fingernail, like bed level, and you like pull it and it cuts too deep and then you start bleeding way more than you ever thought. I just did that. They are the worst, dude. What is the name of that? Because I saw someone do some like makeup bullshit around one of those, but it was like it goes all the way up the finger. Is that literally a hangnail? See, I thought a hangnail was something else. Okay, so yeah. Hangnail, makeup. Fake. No, that's not it. There's one where someone like pulled it and it went like all the way up their fucking finger. But it was like it was makeup. It was like a fake one. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure. Whatever. It was a good one though. Like, it was one of those things you just see like crawling Reddit every once in a while. It's probably been like 2 years since I saw it, but it stuck out. Like, I'll never be able to forget it. Anyway, let's do this. So we're going to create a route.ts file. We're going to put it in API. And really, this route.ts file could live, like, anywhere, couldn't it? Oh. Yeah, all right. So then maybe we want to do OAuth. And then maybe even like GitHub. And then within that GitHub directory, we do the route.ts file. Yeah, I like that. Okay, so then export function post. Right, something really basic. I don't care about the search params, definitely not. I think we can make it async, right? Yeah, totally. Right, so then payload request.json. Right, we pass the code through, missing code 400. And then from here, we want to exchange it. Huh. Nah, so we don't want to set that local storage wise. Public GitHub client secret. No, it's just GitHub client secret. That looks pretty good to me. Damn, yeah, Super Maven nailed it with that autocomplete. What up, Sergeant Pepper, Mr. Sir? Where's the rest of the Lonely Hearts Band? Don't worry, Yoko's gone. You can party again. Well, she's not here right now. Yeah, Sergeant Pepper. I don't know if you ever listened to Bill Hicks back in the day. I would assume so. You're old enough. No offense. I'm old enough. Um, right? No. I don't know. But basically, there's a Bill Hicks like comedy routine, like set of jokes that's pretty good, right? If you think drugs are bad and they shouldn't exist, I want you to go home, take all your albums, all your CDs, all your records and tapes, and burn them. Because every single musician that's enriched your lives throughout the years, real fucking high on drugs. Right? We all live in a yellow submarine. The Beatles were so high, they had to pull Ringo off the ceiling with a rake. Hey, Ringo, come on down now. Yoko's gone. We can party again. Artists that speak out against drugs, boy, they suck. Like, ballless, soulless, like, and then he does some shit that's like way too harsh. You've never heard of Bill Hicks? Oh, he's really good. Did you ever listen to Tool? Like Sergeant Pepper, did you ever listen to Tool? Not much after Undertow? Okay. All right, touche. Enema. If you had the album Enema, Bill Hicks was actually in like the CD booklet. He was like the doctor, like dressed up in the CD booklet. He actually has like I think drugs have done good things, blah blah blah, right? Like he has that quote in Enema, and I forget which album they also quoted him on. It might have been Undertow, but I think it was Enema still. But basically, right, like he has a bit. Dude, the news is so depressing. War, famine, death, AIDS, homeless, recession, depression. War, famine, death, AIDS, right? And then you look out your window, cricket sound. Where's this shit going on? Right? And then he goes into a bit. I want to see a well-laid Ted Turner. Like, hold on. No, I messed up the quote. I don't think any of this shit's actually happening, right? Jane Fonda won't sleep with Ted Turner, so he runs to a typewriter. By 1994, we will all die of AIDS. If I don't get laid, no one gets laid. I want to see a well-laid Ted Turner newscast. Everything's going to work out. Here's sports. And then there's like another bit that was actually on a Tool album. A young man on acid today jumped off a building thinking he could fly. What an asshole! If he could fly, why didn't he take off from the ground up? I want to see an honest drug story on the news. A young man on acid today realized we are all merely energy condensed to a slow vibration. We're the imagination of ourselves and there's no such thing as pain. Here's Tom with the weather. If he could fly, why didn't he take off from the ground up? What an idiot. Yeah, Bill Hicks was the best comedian. There was a bit where people accused Dennis Leary of ripping off some jokes from Bill Hicks. Bill Hicks actually replied, you know what? I actually ripped off jokes from Dennis Leary. I just happened to do the jokes first, and get this, I threw y'all off by adding punchlines that were actually funny. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Leary's stand-up. He has done some good movies. That movie, The Ref, is really good. There's a new show he does that's not bad, where he's like a military guy in Amsterdam or something. And yeah, that song, I'm an asshole. Yeah, for sure. He's got some good bits, but yeah, he totally ripped off his shtick from Bill Hicks, for sure. Bill Hicks just has so many classic jokes that yeah, Dennis Leary did rip off a little bit. Hold on, here's another good one. Y'all ever see that Yul Brenner commercial? I'm Yul Brenner and I'm dead now. Well, shit, what's he selling? I smoked whiskey and drank and now I'm dead. Well, sure, yeah, they could do that for anyone. They could do that for that Jim Fix guy. I'm Jim Fix and I'm dead now. I ate nothing but tofu and nuts and I ran 17 miles a day. I'm dead now. Shit. I used to be on my jog at 7:30 in the morning. I'm sitting there running, just waking up, and Yul Brenner's driving by in his limo. Cigar in one hand, whiskey in the other. Oh, that life will catch up to you one of these days, Yul. We're both dead now. Fuck. Yeah, it's like a good bit. But you know what? They could do the same thing about me. I'm Bill Hicks, and I'm dead now. Smoking didn't kill me. A bunch of non-smokers beat the shit out of me after a show. I tried to run, they were faster than I. I tried to hide, they heard me wheezing. He's got another one that's like actually earlier in that bit. Like, hey, Bill, you quit smoking, you get your sense of smell back. I live in New York City. I don't want my sense of smell back. Is that urine? I smell a dead guy. Hey, honey, someone peed on this dead guy. Wow, just think of all the amazing things I can do now that I quit smoking cigarettes. Yeah, I'm like mixing and matching a bunch of Bill Hicks like comedy routines, but they're really good. Yep. Yeah, like the solid like angry comedian shtick. Yeah, for sure. Carlin, Lewis Black, Bill Hicks. Who's the other guy? He was in Back to School. Sam Kinison. Also, like, dude, nobody does the angry comedian thing that well besides maybe the redheaded guy that shaved his head. Um, you guys know who I'm talking about. No, not Bobcat. Bill Burr. Yeah, Bill Burr's like the only legitimate angry comedian these days. I think we're due for like another set of like angry comedians. It's about time. Yeah, rest in peace, Patrice. For sure. There's always money in the banana stand. I have not seen that Sergeant Pepper. That sounds amazing though. But that does seem pretty good. I'm not a big fan of Billy Corgan. I'll check it out. I'll bookmark it for later. I'm not a big fan of Billy Corgan. Oh, it's almost like a Between Two Ferns kind of episode. Ah, that's nice. I like that. All right, yeah, I'll definitely watch it. Oh, you used to like Smashing Pumpkins? I was never actually a fan. I probably got into them too late. They do have a couple really good songs. That one, Cherub Rock, that guitar riff is classic. Like, hold on. We'll play it real quick, right? Just for the Twitch audience. Right? Bullet with Butterfly Wings, also classic. But this riff in Cherub Rock is just so good. I'm not a huge Nirvana fan either. They've got some good songs. If I'm thinking about grunge, I'd rather listen to Alice in Chains. I put Alice in Chains over every other grunge band. Once this riff kicks in, this is a solid riff, though. Yeah, Rooster's great. I think there's some other Alice in Chains songs I prefer, but it's splitting hairs at that point. To me, peak grunge is Alice in Chains. All right, yeah, no, I'm sorry. I can't put up with Billy Corgan that much. No. That riff in Cherub Rock is super good. Bullet with Butterfly Wings is a solid song, too. It's just not for me. Right? When I want to think what band is like a better evolution of Smashing Pumpkins, I would say Deftones. Hold on. Listen to this drum beat. Right? Like, Deftones is just as whiny as Smashing Pumpkins, but it's just better. For anyone who's unaware, that is like 14-year-old me. I'm still that kid. I just have better fashion sense now. Marginally. That kid has a better hairline. I'm just cooler. Yeah, what up, Tommy? How you doing? We're doing good. Yeah, we're chilling. We're hanging out. We're slowly working on code. We got into nostalgia mode pretty quickly. But yeah. No. We're at the bridge of that song. I don't like the bridge. Let's get some other music going. We don't have to go back to the synthwave. Let's do some random stuff, right? We're going to start off with the knife heartbeats while I go grab some soda. Way too many calories of soda. That's on me. But whatever. Calories on calories on calories. Let's do it. But yeah, this song's amazing. Hope y'all like this one. BRB, let me go grab soda, and I'll be right back. I got to pee too. All right. Okay, so I'm back. Don't worry. I didn't leave you. We're hanging out. We're chilling. We're doing our thing. How do y'all like this song? I love this song. There was a time in my life where I hated this kind of music. Just remember. Right? Is there any doubt that that was me? I don't think so. Not when I do the smirk. That dude hated everything. Yeah, don't listen to him. He's just a hater. All right, so real quick, anyone who's not aware, yeah, look at Nightbot's message there. If you live somewhere here in the US, or maybe not even the US, Canada, wherever, like even if you're from a totally like super far country, if you think you could make it to Seattle for September 18th and 19th, I think technically even 17th is like the pre-party. register for the raffle to win a free ticket. Right? Tommy, that means you too. Right? Cascadia JS is a fantastic conference. If you live within traveling distance, it's a really expensive ticket. You can get it free, though. You can get a free ticket. All you got to do is register for the raffle. There's only like 6 people in the raffle right now. Your odds are really good. Do I consume this like soda bottle a day? No, I try not to. We're currently, maybe consuming a little too much soda. And I am putting on the weight because of it. We're going to switch back to whiskey and water here eventually. Are you saying, do I consume an entire whiskey bottle a day? Typically, no, but there have been days, yes. My goal is actually to have like 2 whiskeys a day. You're probably not available in September. All right, I just want to throw it out there. Just an option. But anyone that could travel, check it out. Be a whole lot cooler if you did. Right? There's only 7 people you're competing against. Mm-hmm. Oh, I get it, Sergeant Pepper. I mean, you should technically be applying to other stuff. Yeah, Haxer. Like, come on. There's only 7 other people you're in the raffle against. I'd like to bump those numbers up because those are rookie numbers, and if we can't bump it up any further, there's no way we'll be able to do a second one. But also, I want to make sure that it's people that could reasonably actually show up. You know? You live in Australia and there's no way you'd show up to Seattle in September because it's just too much. I'd appreciate it if you didn't apply. But Raimu, would you like to go to Cascadia JS? Would you like a free $800 ticket? Yeah, how you doing, Raimu? Mr. Sir. Yeah, 75 months. Rookie numbers. Dude, 75 months is insane. Like, that's so long. We're like a week away from hitting my 7 years of streaming, and you're just a few months shy of that. But yeah, Raimu, if you're not aware, right, maybe you just got here, you didn't hear my rant. The organizers of Cascadia JS have allowed me to hold a raffle for 1 free ticket. Just saying. Be a whole lot cooler if you did. But no stress, no worries. Otherwise, you know, Twitch, like TwitchCon will be back in San Diego again this year. You gonna make the trip out this year? Cascadia RS? I mean, RustConf is here in Seattle, actually. If you do end up going to RustConf, let me know. I believe Sergeant Pepper's planning on going. We could schedule, a group hangout. I'm sure we can convince Adam to show up too. Just saying. Yeah, it'd be awesome, for sure. Like, if you do end up making it up, I'm pretty sure if we both pressured Adam, he'd actually leave the house. I know it's rare for him to do so other than going for a jog. I bet we could convince him. And let me rephrase it. I bet you could convince him, but I could convince him on your behalf. Right? Like a bowling session or something. Like, we could figure out something fun. Right? Not just like a bar hangout. That wouldn't be something Adam would enjoy. If we made it bowling, well then, yeah. Then I bet he's in. And I'd happily foot the bill for the bowling part. I wouldn't buy all the drinks or something. If I buy the bowling, I'm not covering any of the drinks besides my own. But I'd happily cover the bowling. Just throwing it out there. If you're considering RustConf, I don't even need to go to RustConf. I went in 2016. Where were you? For anyone unaware, I'm OG triple when it comes to Rust. I spoke at the Seattle Rust meetup before any of y'all even touched it. At the original RustConf 2016, it was like a couple hundred people for sure. Yeah, there was like a hack night. Like, Tokyo was just released at that point. And there was like a Tokyo hack night at, I don't remember if it was like the Twitter offices. It was like some office there in Portland. It was cool though. Yeah, it was solid. Like, it was a good conference. I was way too hungover to even participate in the conference itself, and I just slept on the couches. Yeah, Tokyo, mistakes were made, for sure. Mistakes were made. Dude, the async await abstraction on top of eventual was so much easier to use and so much better, right? Tokyo just complicated everything. Like, I fundamentally agree with Primogen's take. You like Tokyo? That's fine. I just think it's solving a problem that nobody actually has. There are other abstractions if you want to sit within a single thread or like a single reactor or whatever, right? In my opinion, I think shoehorning Tokyo into like the async await like core abstraction is actually a problem. I really liked eventual. Yes, async needs to be executor agnostic. Absolutely. There was actually like an async await abstraction on top of eventual that was really nice. It was really good, right? It created threads on its own. Like, you could have made it green threading compatible in a better way, but like, dude, making that thing like Tokyo compatible fucking sucked. And I'm pretty sure I didn't do it right and it just broke. Like, yeah, I missed that. I fucked it up. There was an async await abstraction on top of eventual that was really good. Ooh, Sergeant Pepper, like, no, you're missing it. Like, no, there was absolutely an abstraction on top of eventual that was nice. It was really good to use. Like, Sergeant Pepper, are you not aware that I gave a talk at Seattle Rust about concurrency abstractions in 2016? Yeah, I'm OG triple, dude. Right? So a little bit about me. Yeah, I was a full stack dev at Fresh Consulting in Bellevue. I'm a Rust novice. Blah, blah, blah. But I had a backend that I rewrote in Rust, Go, and Elixir, for sure. I used Tango to make this talk. 2016 is OG Rust. Yeah, absolutely. So then some history about it, right? Aaron Turon and Patrick Walton. Technically, MN threading or green threading or Go routines, basically, was part of the core of Rust originally, and they took great pains to remove it, according to Patrick Walton. So yeah, some setup. Here's the operation, right? You know, we do a thing. We do some sleep inside of it. This sleep is actually like a CPU, like threaded sleep. And it's going to come back to bite me for a very specific use case here in a second that you'll see. Right? Here's a test to validate it, right? We see the timing and blah, blah, blah. Here's two operations. Right? So then let's look at what's in the standard library. You can do, right? You know, there's like send and sync. I'm vaguely familiar with these things. You don't have to know or care about them. Right? There's threading, which is part of the core. Like, totally, you can do it. There's sharing data between things, like using arc and mutex and all that BS. And I'm speed running this talk. It was maybe like a 15-minute talk. I'm going to try and get done in 5 minutes. Right? So then, yeah, you can like join threads. These are just raw OS level threads that you can join in a very similar way that you would join like, you know, Go routines or things like that. No problem. Not a big deal. Right? You can use channels that is actually way more familiar to people coming from Go. And yeah, like very similar, right? You spawn those things, you join them, you create your hello world from the result, and bam, bam, boom. Nailed it, right? Like not a big deal. But then when you want to get into some other stuff, there's utility libraries like Crossbeam or Simple Parallel or SyncBox. If you want to do concurrency, right? Go routines, coroutines, etc. Same idea. There's MyoCo. Myo is Metal.io. That's the thing that got major investment from Mozilla. They got $30K back in 2016. That was unheard of for open source software. An open source library got 30 grand from Mozilla for proving out the Metal.io abstractions. And then there's Co.io and Coroutine RS and blah, blah, blah. MyoCo is like really the one that we need to care about. And if you wanted to build something on top of Myo, right, which stands for Metal.io, you know, you can do this. And it ends up feeling just like doing the coroutine thing using just straight up like, you know, coroutines, right? Or straight up threading. But then what about futures? Futures are what like JavaScript devs like me are familiar with. So you could use, right? Like you can recognize that futures were originally, well, hold on, wait. Did what transform into Myo? Sorry, real quick. I want to make sure I like answer the question. MyoCo is built on top of Myo. No, MyoCo was an abstraction layer on top of Myo. Myo already existed. MyoCo was a thing to build on top of it. Yep, no worries. So then, right, formerly in the standard library, we had stuff like Future that then they ripped out. And then other people built their own Futures implementations. So there was Eventual and Futures RS. And Futures RS is actually what we're all using today if you're writing any kind of concurrent or asynchronous Rust, right? Tokyo is built on top of Futures RS, or at least like they work hand in hand. I think Eventual was a better abstraction from a developer experience perspective, but it was not a zero-cost abstraction, whereas Futures RS is a zero-cost abstraction. But here is an example of using eventual and joining these futures together and creating your hello world concurrently. Like, hey, no big deal, right? There's a promise library that is single-threaded like Node.js, right? Called GJ. You can use it, totally fine. Here's an example of using it, right? All that BS. What about async await? Well, it turns out that there's some simple macros that were actually built on top of eventual. And this was peak asynchronous Rust, in my opinion. This was absolutely peak asynchronous Rust. Because you can start these two things, whichever one takes the longest. Well, yeah, the entire result needs to be composed, and you won't get this result until the longest one finishes. But the long one, it doesn't matter if it's the first or second, you're just waiting for the longest one, so it's not a big deal. And then I created a benchmark and all that BS. And then voila, right? So one thing to recognize is that all of this code, like all these snippets, you see these benchmarks and all this stuff? No, it does not, Raimu. Hold on. No, so basically the asynchronous work, well, look at it this way. The wait does wait for value 1 and then value 2. But you've kicked off the work before the wait happens. So in that case, it doesn't matter which one resolves first, because if this one takes longer, this one's already finished. Right? The work was already kicked off. So you're not waiting 3 seconds and then 2 seconds. You're waiting for whichever one takes the longest. And this is the same way it works in JavaScript when you're doing async await. You can kick off your promises and then await both of them. And it doesn't matter which one takes longer because you have to wait for both of them anyway. Yeah, right? So in this case, you're awaiting both of them. It doesn't matter which one takes longer because you still got to wait for both. So if you're writing JavaScript code, it's the same thing. You can kick off your work, but don't await either one until you've kicked them both off. And then if you need both results, yeah, it's just like JavaScript. Your await is going to wait for both. It doesn't matter because the work has already started. And if you need both of them to be synchronously or like to be ordered in a specific way, you're going to wait for the longest one anyway. So this is one of those things that's a little unintuitive to people. In JavaScript as well, as long as you're not awaiting these two operations, you can kick them off and then await them in the order that you care about. But one thing I want to point out is all of this like code is actually code that runs. These benchmarks are actually ran. Because I'm using a thing called Tango that I mentioned at the very beginning, which takes the idea of, what's the name of it? Shit, there's a name for it. It's not eloquent, it's, there's a name for this for sure. But the basic idea is that your source code is your documentation, and your documentation is your source code. So the slide presentation you're seeing is actually the same exact source code that my example code is part of. So if we go look at it as an example, here in the source, we can see the markdown file and the Rust file. Literate programming, that's the term. Literate programming. Basically, the Rust code contains the comment blocks that become my my slides, and my markdown, right? Let's look at a better one. My markdown contains the source code that is the actual source code, and these two things are just kept in sync. So here, right, like setup RS has the comments that are my slides, but also the actual source code. So all of the source code you saw isn't just contrived code examples. It's actually the literal source code that runs to generate my benchmarks. which then becomes really fucking cool. Yeah, literate programming is what that like pattern is called. The key thing is you can't edit one and then edit the other without saving them both, because saving one will overwrite the other. Because it's this like, you edit the Rust code, it edits the markdown. You edit the markdown and save it, it edits the Rust code. Because you got to keep the blocks in sync with each other. But it's a very, very cool idea. Very, very, very fucking cool idea. So yeah, I was writing Rust code 9 years ago. Where were you? I was bad at it. You're probably way better at it than me now. But what took you so long? Yeah, and I'm just having fun. I think the biggest thing to recognize is I was just a web dev back then. And I'm still just a web dev. Nothing prevents you from being curious. And I think that is the number one skill that every dev needs to be good at their craft. Curiosity. You can't teach curiosity. You either have it or you don't. Curious why you've been fighting React BS all day? I mean, I don't think that's something to even be that curious about. That's just life. I'm okay with it. I think I'm curious why you're fighting it. It's not that complex. I get it, Tommy. I think that's misplaced anger, right? As devs, we just got to solve problems. Problems arise wherever. The joy of programming is not in the tools you use, it's in the problems you solve. In my opinion. I could be wrong. But to me, anytime I solve a problem, that is just major validation. I don't care what language I solve it in. But I believe that context is fueled by, dude, I've done ActionScript, I've done PHP, I've done all sorts of shit. I've worked on some of the worst code bases I've ever seen, but you know what? When you fucking make that code base that sucks, you're fucking like, you make it do what you want. That's power. You know? When you can take that terrible code base and just make it work, that is power, you know? You can't buy that feeling. There's not a single thing you can do with money that'll give you that moment of like triumph, you know? It's like that scene from Cool Runnings. What do you see in the mirror? I see pride. I see power. I see a badass mofo that ain't gonna take no nothing from no one. I see pride. I see power. If you maintain that mindset, it doesn't matter what code you're writing. In my opinion. I see a badass mofo that ain't gonna take nothing from no one. Am I old enough to have benefited from seeing that movie in the theater? Yeah, damn right. Damn right I did. Hey, Senka, you dead, man? Yeah, man. We got the Wonderies and the One Junior. Jamaica, we got a bobsled team. If I give you $1, will you shut the hell up? All right, well, maybe. And Tommy, yes, I remember that too. If you ever did, at least 10 years ago, any kind of like UPS shipping table stuff, that was SOAP. The UPS shipping tables were XML shipped via SOAP. And I believe they used XSLTs to modify the XML that you had saved locally. It was gnarly. It was really bad. You know what? Fuck it. I had e-commerce sites to make, man. These problems aren't going to solve themselves. There is value in solving the problems that no one else wants to solve. There's a lot of value in being that person that's not too picky, that finds joy in solving problems regardless of the tech. If you can be that person, you'll never be without a job. Honestly, XML and XSLTs and like all of that shit, like SOAP, is actually kind of magical. People like to shit on it because it's not as easy as a JSON file, but dude, the technology behind that and like some of that stuff is really fucking cool. Do I want to do it? No. If someone paid me to do it, all right, fuck it. I like money. I like money. But hold on. Let's get some music going. That album was good. It's 6 p.m. I'm trying to think of like what I need to do tonight. Not that much. All right, so hold on. Pick a decade. 60s, 70s, 80s, or 90s? Or even 2000s? We got one vote for 70s. Okay. We got a vote for 60s, one for 90s. All right. I don't see a consensus yet. We got one for 80s. All right. We checked all the boxes except for one so far. 1985. Ooh, Raimu's being specific about it. All right. Is that the year you were born, Raimu? Am I older than you? All right, you're just splitting the difference. Okay, I get it. I get it. I was going to say, Raimu, am I older than you? I don't know. I don't think so. You've definitely got that like vibe about you that you're like the senior engineer, you know? Definitely not? Okay. All right, there we go. I was born in 84. I was just making sure. I don't know, man. Like, Raimu, let me put it this way. I had a dude in high school that my parents saw his photo in the yearbook and were like, oh, that's a 40-year-old man. No, he was 17 at the time. But he had these, like, thick-ass glasses, and he could grow a full fucking beard by the time he was 17. Like, holy shit, dude. Some people just, they age differently, you know? I think I have a worse hairline than you already, Raimu. So, technically, my hairline's older than you for sure. Yeah, no, I get it. I get it. It's a thing. It's a thing. Don't feel bad about it. I do see more 80s than any other thing. You're a little literal graybeard now? Okay, okay. I mean, I got some gray in my mustache. Just saying. Yeah, it does look like 80s won the poll. Impromptu. We don't need to do like a full poll. All right, so 80s wise. Yeah, that's a lie. Nightbot's being nice. All right, so when I think of 80s, what's an 80s song that I want to put on? Ooh, we see Dirty Laundry by Don Henley. All right, I didn't even have to like search. All right. Ooh, Weird Science is solid. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Ooh, Weird Science is solid. Ooh, In Excess? You're right. In Excess is an 80s band. I always, for some reason, I equate In Excess to like early 90s, but no, like their lead singer died way before then. Yeah, that's not a bad call. The Cure? Yeah, we'll put on at least one The Cure song. I haven't listened to In Excess for ages, so we'll put on an In Excess song after this, for sure. Yeah, there you go, Cam, obviously. The Korn, The Cure Unplugged performance. No. Is it actually good? Oh, damn. Dude, I got some neighbor that's smoking weed heavy. Oh, my God, and it smells good. Oh, that smells real good. Damn, neighbor. Share, man. If you're going to be hotboxing me, right? Hotbox me properly. Woof. Damn, some neighbor is smoking on the good good. Damn. Woo. 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 Like I'm super jealous right now. Be Kind Rewind. Ooh, I saw that in the theater. I saw that with a girlfriend that was very temporary. Yeah, but nah, I totally saw that movie in the theater. Yeah, it was good. I liked it. That was a very temporary girlfriend. That was like one winter and done. Actually, this song was part of that same winter. Yeah. Summer is actually typically like the short term girlfriend thing, but like I'm a snowboard bum, so winter was like also a thing. Because I used to spend my winters in Washington, my summers at Mount Hood. So like every relationship, even just like friends, were like seasonal, you know? North Carolina and Florida for you. Corporate wants you to find the difference between those two climates. Hint, they're the same climate. Beach Mountain. That's counterintuitive. I know, different spelling. It's fine. But yeah, let's keep going with what we're doing. Yeah, we do this, we do that. Hold on. I think I need to restart the server. All right, so editing a .env file does not actually restart the server. Oh yeah, it's a good terminal for sure. Hold on. The look on this dude's face is just so pure. He gets like cross-eyed a bit. Yeah, dude, he's so happy. Look at him. Ah, he's just so stoked. The fact that this is just a shader is kind of insane. Yeah, he's got some of what my neighbor's smoking on for sure. No, Cashmere, it's an alright song. No, let's go back. Let's find some proper 80s. Here we go. Some proper 80s. Can understand what does he say? Just what does he say? That's the lyric. Right? Some classic 80s for y'all. You're right. The song's actually quieter than it should be. Yeah, this stuff's mixed a little low. I could do a little more. Too woke to toke. Never too woke to toke. Your name is a lie. Right? Wake and bake is a phrase for a reason. Come on, man. You can be woke and boke as quickly as you want, man. Woke and boke. Oh, I like that. That's a solid name. Woke and boke. Anyone's welcome to take it. I don't own it. Damn, that's a good name. All right, there we go. All right, so CFP Tracker by CM Griffin would like permission to do some bullshit. All right. So then we come back and this part happens. Radio, a radio, a radio, a radio. All right, so we see the code as a get. I don't know if that actually shit. We didn't save this part. Oh, hold on, that's 90s. That doesn't count. Let's go back. Let's do some 80s. Here we go. This one's for Raimu. This song's from 1985. This song is specifically for Raimu. Yeah, this is the artist Robert Palmer. He did that song, Addicted to Love. Right? He did a bunch of those like 80s songs. Right? Where he's got like the sexy women as his band. I think this is like the first song he did with the sexy women as his band in the music video. All right, so yes, provider is GitHub, and we didn't do anything, but we do need to send a request to the backend. So response is equal to Sounds like the Poison Sisters? I don't even know who that is. I know Poison. I don't know who the Poison Sisters are. Yeah, interesting. What song did they do? Knew what you were all about. Yeah, so we actually don't do this part because this is a use effect. We're not async await. And instead, this is going to be a fetch that and that and that and that. Okay. Okay. Dude, yeah, Super Maven just nails it with some of this stuff. All right, let's do some more 80s. Here's some of The Cure for whoever requested it. This is the best Cure song. Oh, I'll do New Order right after this. Yeah, the one where like the dudes are slapping the shit out of each other at the beginning. Absolutely. What song is that even? Hold on, let me find it. Damn, we're gonna have to Google it. Not Google it. We'll search New Order. We'll find it. Unless you remember the name of that song, right? The one where it's like, right? Like at the beginning of the video, it's got the guys like, boom, bah, boom, bah, right? They're like slapping each other. You know the video, I'm sure, right? I just forget the name of it, but I can visualize it. Yeah, I'm gonna have to Google it. I always forget the name of that song. And yeah, I know this is gonna maybe make me a fake fan or whatever. I like New Order more than I like the band that came before him. Fuck, I'm forgetting their name. Right, with like the singer that offed himself. I like New Order better than the original. God, why am I forgetting their name? Shit. Yeah, True Faith is the song I was thinking of. No, not the Smiths. No. New Order is basically the band without like the original singer. No, fuck. No, not the Smiths. The Smiths are good besides fucking Morrissey. Morrissey's an asshole. But yeah, like Johnny Marr kills it, so the Smiths get a pass for some of their good songs. But no, the band that came before New Order. New Order is the exact same band minus the singer that gave up. Shit, I'm gonna have to look it up. Yeah. Joy Division. There you go. Thank you. Yes, Joy Division. I like New Order more than I like Joy Division. No offense, right? Like, no disrespect to the original singer. But their songs just, I don't know. I enjoy them more. Yeah, Joy Division's good. I prefer New Order. I will say I like the Smiths more than I like New Order. I like Tears for Fears better than all of them. If we're talking about 80s music. This music video is super good though. Right? Like the dance choreography in this video is peak 80s. Right? When they're like doing the dance and they're like bouncing and all that shit. Ian Curtis. Yes, he's the dude that commits suicide. Yep. And he's good. It's just Joy Division is a totally different vibe. And I think there's nothing wrong with preferring one over the other. If you prefer Joy Division, you probably prefer shoegaze more so than you like new wave. Right? I consider Joy Division more shoegaze than new wave. I like good shoegaze. But I like good new wave maybe more? I don't know. You're right that, yeah, some of Queen's like biggest songs are actually 80s cuts. I don't know. I'm going to lose like easily 10 viewers by saying this. I'm not a big fan of Queen. Like, no offense, I really appreciate what they did for music and all that stuff. It's just not music I'd ever play. Yeah, New Order is absolutely new wave, and yeah, Joy Division is post-punk. And I do like post-punk, but it's not my go-to. And I think there's other post-punk I prefer. I would actually consider the Smiths to be more post-punk than new wave. I would actually put Fugazi closer to just like punk rather than post-punk. Maybe that's wrong, and maybe I'm incorrect, but I'm actually not a fan of Fugazi. They've got maybe one song I like. I'm not a fan of Fugazi. We said we're gonna do 80s. Hold on. Someone asked for some like 80s rap. This is like the only 80s rap I like. All right, let's keep going. Set token. Well, hold on. Yeah, no, this component needs to do some of this. Right? Token use state. No, where's like the use atom? Something like a phenomenon. All right, so yeah, we need to create a state component, and it's going to live up at the source level. And don't ever come down. Freebase. Forest by the Cure. If we want to think about like actual post-punk, honestly, to me, the Smiths are pure like post-punk. They're like pre-new wave, in my opinion. Rang dang day day dang dang. Yeah, exactly, Ariel. No, I think the Smiths are like my favorite like post-punk genre, like, you know, example, I guess. Like a modern post-punk band, Interpol, sure. If we want to talk about like modern like post-punk, there's a bunch of stuff, right? I'd actually even consider like At the Drive-In to be post-punk. Especially their last album, Relationship of Command. Right? We're trying to like find purely 80s post-punk, and actually I can't think of that many like pure 80s post-punk bands. To me, the Smiths are like the only pure like post-punk band in the 80s. But if we want to talk like real post-punk, like not real, but like 90s post-punk, yeah, At the Drive-In for sure. But really, like At the Drive-In is post-punk when we consider like they're like post-pop punk, right? They're post-punk in the same way that Blink 182 is punk. No, Blink 182 is pop punk. And I think At the Drive-In is a direct response to Blink 182 at that point. Right? So then, yeah, like At the Drive-In is technically post-pop punk rather than like post-punk. I would still consider the Smiths post-punk because, like, them as an artist, like, what they represent is still punk. Right? They're very, like, anti-establishment, etc., right? Like, the Smiths are absolutely punk as far as, like, the mentality, but the music isn't. And I think that's what classifies post-punk of the 80s, at least. It's still anti-establishment. It's still embodying, like, the ethos of punk without being, like, the same music genre. That's what I actually consider post-punk. It doesn't have to be the same, like, music genre, but the mentality and the ethos is still punk, you know? At which point, like, dude, early, like, Huey Lewis and the News is actually post-punk. Before they went pop, yeah, early Huey Lewis and the News is actually post-punk. They went pop. But early Huey Lewis and the News is actually post-punk. They're still anti-conformity to a degree, right? In my opinion, punk is pushing back against the status quo. More so than being a specific genre. And I could be wrong. You know, this is just my interpretation as a 90s kid looking back on it. Like, in a way, you could consider early hip hop to be somewhat punk. You know, it's pushing back on the status quo. 100%. Even like early new wave was technically punk still, you know? Yeah, I mean, if you want to just purely look at it from like a music perspective, then yeah, sure, Descendants, Addicts, Dead Boys, like, you know, sure, they're punk from a literal standpoint. I think instead, punk is more about a mentality than it is a music genre, especially post-punk. In my opinion, punk is anti-establishment. From there, you can find like subgenres. But core punk is just simply anti-establishment. Okay, cool. Yeah, we at least align on that part. Yeah, cool. Because, like, dude, look at it. Like, there are some punk bands that are totally fucking establishment. And I think that's where, like, the 90s era of pop punk is not punk. It's fucking pop. It's a co-opting of the punk vibe, right? Of the punk music genre. More so than, like, the punk ethos. So yeah, pop punk is not punk. But it got classified as such because it was all about like the downstrokes of the guitar riffs and the fast bass. Like Rancid. Ugh. Gross. I fucking hate Rancid. Ugh. 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 I consider Rancid to be part of like Like, punk from a surface level, but pop under the hood. I fucking hate Rancid. I hate Social Distortion. Like, whatever, like, 90s punk was, I don't like it. I really don't like it. And that's what actually paved the way for good bands like At the Drive-In. Right? Superficial punk. Before pop punk was created by Blink-182. I consider even like late Pennywise and like late Bad Religion, it's superficial punk. It's gross. The only band that came from that era that I would consider still proper punk is NoFX. They're like the only proper punk band from that era, in my opinion. I would say NoFX is actually proper punk. But they get lumped in with the other people because they sound somewhat similar. Punk is not about the sound. I think from a superficial level, punk is about a sound until you actually understand it, you know? We're doing our auth. We're getting there. We're taking our time, Chronic. Come on, man. We got code done today. We're going to get more code done. But now we're ranting about music, and that's so much more important. I think we all know about auth. How many of y'all actually know this shit about punk? We can all learn something today as long as you open your mind. But hold on, let me get some more music going. More 80s, right? We got to stick within the genre that was voted on. Oh, this one's actually 80s still. I would say this is not punk, but it's 80s. I think it's 80s. Ooh, damn, this is actually 1977. Damn it. All right, well, I was wrong. Still a good song, though, so whatever. Damn, I fucked up. Sorry. No, and I get it, Tony Coder. In the same vibe that, like, Pennywise is great skating music, too. I just think it's some shit punk. Bad Religion is good skating music, too. But it's just some shit punk. No, that's not done talented. I kind of figured that the thing we're working on right now is a shorter scope. And I started it before I had to go to Arizona for like most of last week. And now I kind of want to finish this because it's such a short scope. But the sipping from AT Proto stuff, now we need to jump back into that very soon. Hey, thanks for that. 3-stream watch streak. Yeah, it's some new morphism. We need to get this like OAuth page going so that we can exchange for the code and do a proper login and then start actually doing HTTP requests to the GitHub API. For people that think I just rant and chat, like, no, we've actually gotten work done. You're just not paying enough attention. That's on you. This is all serverless. The way to think about serverless is you don't care about the server. Right? Serverless doesn't mean there isn't a server. Serverless means that you're not maintaining the server. So at that point, yes, this is a serverless project for sure. Because GitHub maintains that. We just hit their API. Serverless pretty much never means no server. It just means you don't care about the server. All right, so hold on. Ooh. I didn't even know about this song until I watched Father Ted. But this is some proper 80s for sure. I'm pretty sure you can go to jail for flogging seagulls there, Tony. Don't flog seagulls, okay? Hold up. But no. Yeah. Hold up. I actually replied to Wes Boss. Where is it? Here you go. This is Wes Boss in probably the 90s. But to me, it looks like after high school, he ran so far away. Yeah, this is a good song. No, it's really good. This is Ultravox, Vienna. Have you never heard this? You're welcome. It's a solid song. Classic 80s. All right, so yeah, we haven't created the atom for our state yet. And yeah, this is the part we're at now. So let's create some state. Hold on, there was an 80s song I wanted to hear. Oh, I just remembered what it was. Yeah. I just remembered the 80s song I want to hear. Hold on. No, I'm good on it, Tony Coder. I got what I need. Here we go. This is a classic 80s song. It's a classic song. This one's good. We can just do this. How about that? You're welcome. Yeah, pretty much anytime I play a song, you can do the song command. For a wonderful time. A very eccentric serial killer. Yeah, exactly there, CodeSpan. Damn right. Very eccentric. The eccentricist. Dude, that's the name of the killer. The I misspelled it, but yeah. The eccentricist. There we go. Someone's going to name a band that, and I'm going to feel like I missed out. The frustrations early in life trying to spell his name. Touche, yeah. Well, I got another 80s song I really want to hear. Another One Bites the Dust? That's not an 80s song, is it? Oh, yeah, no, it is, huh? No, that totally is. No, it totally is. Good call. Well, I didn't even think about that. Oh, the melody and the bridge. Oh, I didn't even know. Did Queen rip it off? Breaks off 2 notes early. So who came first? Who came up with it first then? It's a solid song though, right? Solid song. Devo is actually really good. Like, dude, Devo's insane because did you not realize that Mark Mothersbaugh from Devo has been making like soundtracks for films for decades at this point? If you've seen the name Mark Mothersbaugh, yeah, that's the dude from Devo. If you've seen Danny Elfman, that's the singer from fucking Oingo Boingo. It's kind of crazy, like the path from famous band to movie soundtrack producer. And it's even more insane that we haven't seen anyone do that properly lately besides Trent Reznor. He's the only person that's made that fucking jump in the past 20 years. What's the deal, dude? Another one bites the Ritz. That sounds amazing. We're not going to play that one. But, oh shit, there was like another song I wanted to hear real quick. Shit. Come on, brain. Come on, brain. Oh, yeah, no, that was it. Yep. I had just had to scroll a little bit. I fucking hate Styx. But I love this song. And I was so bummed. I was so bummed when I heard this song on the radio and really liked it. And then went and looked it up and was like, wait, this is Styx? Fuck. Because I hate Styx so much. I hate Styx. I hate Styx, but this song is gold. Right? At the bare minimum, you're thumping your thumb to the steering wheel. Right? Like, dude, it's one of those songs, man. You're gonna tap your thumbs? Right? Like, dude. Yeah, it's one of those songs, man. It's just one of them songs. What up, Daruk? How you doing, Mr. Sir? They finally found me. Never wanted to go astray. This'll be the end of day of the wanted man. Fucking Styx. How dare they make a good song? How dare they? All right, so we got this token. It's empty, but we'll bring it in. Yeah, we got this. We head back to this page, and it's, instead of that, it's this. There we go. And we bring it on in. Ooh, you figured out generics a bit. Yeah. You figured out why I'm wearing the hat? Oh, no, I'm balding. Like, I'm not hiding it. Like, look at that hairline. I got so much forehead. Technically, I'm balding because my brain needs all this surface area to cool itself. I throttle my brain by throwing on this so that I can actually communicate with human beings. This is a brain throttler. I introduce the overheating so that I can actually communicate with human beings. I do it so I can relate. I'm kidding. Like, I don't know. Like, I just, like, look at how, like, unkempt my hair is. I don't give a shit about my hair. Right? When I wake up, I got a cowlick. It sticks out all crazy and weird. I care enough to put a beanie on. I'm balding. I'll always be balding. I'm balding, you know? I'm okay with that. I'm just not okay with looking homeless. But yeah, that's a solid song. Like, 80s wise, that song kills it. Like, really good. What's some other, like, 80s song I could put on? You play one fucking Six song and it pollutes your entire, like, For You feed. There we go. This one will do. Maybe this will put us back on track. Was Six early with the polyrhythmic stuff? I mean, Six is actually, like, technically proficient. I just hate this shit, right? I've had a long fucking day and I hate the fucking Eagles. I've had a long fucking day and I just hate Sticks. You posted in the Discord? Okay, yeah, like, feel free to remind me. If you hang out while I'm over on the gaming stream, that's a good time to, like, remind me to look. Over on that channel is a good time to remind me to look at something. Lightspeed ran into a moment yesterday where they said a thing on this stream and I wasn't going to look at it then, and then they, like, lost their shit on gaming stream because I didn't look at the thing on the mainstream. Like, now's the time, share the link. But, like, no, they got into, like, a moment of, like, talking shit. So obviously I'm not going to engage that. Lightspeed, if you're out there, instead of being like, well, streamers just wanted to work on their stuff, meh, on their mainstream, meh. Like, no, you could have actually shared it instead of attacking me. Temporarily free Warhammer 40k game. Interesting. Which game is that? But yeah, the new MTV on Twitch. Am I Kurt Loder in this analogy? I'm okay with it. As long as I'm not Carson Daly. But okay, real quick, I do have to go pee. Give me a second. I don't have any major reason to stop streaming today. I'm a little bummed. Ugh. I got some coworkers I've been trying to convince to get me an early beta release of our stuff for a person that I know otherwise, and they are dragging their fucking feet. Like, how hard is it to just push out a beta release? But I can't force them to do it. At some point, I'm going to have to request the keys to the kingdom so I can actually make beta releases myself, so I'm not bottlenecked by these people. All right, let's do Big Country. Why not? I don't actually like this song, but I'll be right back. There's another song I do want to play that's very similar. Okay, so yeah, this song, right? Big Country, eh. Ooh, perfect timing. Yeah, this is the bridge. Yeah, we can skip it. There's a song I'd rather hear that is basically the same vibe, but I think better. Because I saw the whole of the moon. It's the same vibe. Right? Bruce Springsteen is the American response to bands like this band, right? The Waterboys, etc., where you got way too many fucking people and you'll never make any money touring like this. Right? Like 3 bands in the world can make money touring with 20 people on tour. It's why you've never heard any other song by the Waterboys. Because you'll never make a dime touring like this. It's a good song, though. Right? You got 20 people in the band, and the keyboard guy plays one riff like every 30 seconds or so. You'll never make a dime touring like that. Come on, man. Meanwhile, I went and saw some like synthwave artists. I don't know if you ever heard the artist Droid Bishop. When he tours, it's one dude. It's the guy with his guitar, and he just presses play on his fucking laptop. Then he yells like the cities in like 30 times. I repeat, do not, I repeat, do not create a drinking game at a Droid Bishop show of taking a sip of your beverage every time he says the city you're in. You will die. You will die. You will consume way too much whiskey. There was one song where he said the word Seattle like a dozen times. Do not make a drinking game of Droid Bishop saying the name of your city. You will die. I'm the best shit poster? I'm not sure if you're talking shit or not, but okay, thank you. I think. You're saying goatsy, mate? Do not Google that at work. I'm not being sarcastic. No, I literally mean you will die if you drink every single time Droid Bishop says the name of your city. You will die. Dude, I was shit-faced. I didn't even start playing that game until halfway through he started doing it. I went down to the bar and made a joke about it, and they're like, yeah, we're keeping a tally. And they showed me a list of, like, way too many tallies. It was gnarly, dude. It was super fucking gnarly. Droid Bishop is trying to kill us. Turned in your gun or your badge, which is a really weird request for a software engineer. Yeah, totally. I get it. And yeah, honestly, dude, CodeSpent, I'm sorry I didn't do this sooner. Dude, I appreciate you, man. I'm sorry I potentially overreacted. If we want to discuss why I did so, we can do it anytime, but you deserve that back, absolutely. It wasn't just about the one thing. It was the other part, you know? Me having to go to that entire fucking island to get back the thing that you took from me, you know? Like, eh. And again, it's a game. I shouldn't have overreacted, but it just... There was something about it that felt harsh, you know? There was something about it that felt wrong to me. Like, I shouldn't have to go to that island to get back the armor that someone took from me, you know? And then, like, the other thing after it was one toe over the line. You know? No, and it's fine, man. Like, I appreciate you. And I may be, like, making it more public than it should be at the moment. Like, we could totally talk about this elsewhere. But that's where that came from. That's where it wasn't just the one thing. It was the culmination of all these things. And I think we've definitely moved past it. Like, yeah, for sure. I think you definitely deserve mod still. And you could have had it way sooner if we had just both been better about addressing it sooner. All right. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, for sure. Let me just point out, you had a bunch of people in your corner asking me to bury the hatchet, which I technically did. I just didn't let you know that I had buried the hatchet. But Atoda was absolutely in your corner. And I made the decision based upon Atoda. Like, he's the dude. This is why you love Atoda. No, he's the dude. No offense to Glasses, I like Atoda way more than I like Glasses. I don't feel like I've ever been talked down to by Atoda. I absolutely feel like there are times that Glasses has talked down to me. There's something like really like just human about Atoda. Like he's just the dude. I'm not saying I dislike Glasses. I'm just saying I absolutely know there are times where he's talking down. The fact that he doesn't think I would notice it is also a bit of like his hubris. And I've never felt that from Atoda. Not a single time, ever. If Glasses is honest, he would honestly let us know, yeah, he was talking down. Is what it is. I get it. It's fine. As human beings, we do kind of need elitism. Humanity can't exist without some form of elitism. I didn't always believe that, but I did read a really good Tom Robbins book that made a convincing case. Right? Fierce Invalids Home from Hot Climates really made a good point for that. Right? So yeah, if you haven't read any good Tom Robbins, I would say check out some of his books. They're not all created equal, but his good ones are good. His bad ones are bad. He's no Kurt Vonnegut. Yeah, society can't exist without egos, you know? Like, humanity. A human being can't exist without an ego of some kind. Right? Right? The ego, the id, and the superego, right? I'm not going to say it's 100% correct, but it's a really good way of understanding human psyche. Ida Valen, where you at? What's up, Ophi? How you doing? She blinded me with science. All right, so I'm going to play one song that's technically a 90s song, but it's basically an 80s song. It's from the movie Toys. Here it is. The Mirror Song from Toys, 1992, which is basically the 80s. Who here is old enough to remember this movie, let alone the Super Nintendo game? Right? LL Cool J's best acting role ever. I don't want my peas mixing with my carrots. I'm a military man. I want my food quarantined. A little bit there, Codespent. Yeah, for sure. No, this is a classic song. It's a good one, for sure. This was not a children's film, but children watched it. That is like the hallmark of the 80s, isn't it? Or sorry, the 90s, right? Like films that were marketed as kids films, but were not kids films. Right? Like that is like the 90s in a nutshell. And it's crazy how many of those films fucking Robin Williams was in. Jumanji? Oh my god, that is not a kid's film. Dude, that film has so many like levels to it that kids just don't get it. Like, oh my god. Yeah, the themes of Jumanji go deep. Like really deep. But dude, Toys goes really fucking deep. Like Toys hits on the craziest fucking part. Like, dude, yeah, you got kids flying fucking war machines. Right? Sinking fucking submarines, you know? Like crew killed, like, dude. Right? The weaponizing of our youth, like Ender's Game style, before Ender's Game was even like popular. Before it was even written, I bet. Yeah, dude. Movie Toys. Kind of crazy. And then yeah, Code spent like right that like melody. Absolutely, that's out of Hackers when they're like dodging the fucking like traffic lights. Right? Yeah, exactly. Like it's pure 90s because it's basically the sound effect that like those rubber band like door stoppers make, like you know, like yeah, totally. Right? You can make a song out of that right now. 90s style. Yep. Yeah, totally. All right, so I might be exhausting the amount of 80s that I enjoy, but we'll play a little bit more. You know, it's only 7:30. Technically, this Paul Simon song is 80s, right? Wow, it is mixed super fucking low. God, why is it mixed so low? I can't crank it any further. Shit. Ooh, Mr. Beer Belly. Yeah, I hear that one. Billy Joel's Pressure is your favorite all-time synth sequence? Interesting. It's a great song-ish, you know. The fact that he wrote that song because he was being pressured by his record producer is actually like so fucking meta. He wrote that song literally because his record producer was pressuring him. It's actually really cool. A roly-poly little bat-faced girl. I think I dated her. I feel like I know her name. That roly-poly little bat-faced girl. All right, it's fine. All right, so back to it. Yeah. Response.json access token. We set the token, and theoretically, we're good to go, right? All right, so we go here, we do a login, we log in with GitHub, we get redirected, and what just happened? Did it work? Did I forget to save? I could be your long lost pal. And Betty, when you call me, you can call me Al. All right, so yeah, no, all this shit's fucked. Wait, I didn't set any of that. Is this something that Next.js is doing to speed things up? Because they know how slow their fucking dev server is? Damn, Next.js. Damn, Next.js. I think y'all lost the plot. All right, we got a little bit more 80s that is good enough. All right, we'll allow it. We're not going to be back for outs. We're not coming back for outs. So wait, hold on. Is Oates the guitarist or the bassist? I think he's the guitarist. Is he the bassist? Really? Okay. I feel like he's the guitarist. I bet in recording he does both. When he's playing live, which one does he do? Yeah, see, I think that's it. Like, when they're recording, he's like the everyman, right? Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me, right? Like, he's the bassist, guitarist, etc. But live, yeah, no, right? Nobody ever wanted to sleep with the bassist of Van Halen. Never happened. Not a single groupie was like, oh yes, the bassist of Van Halen. Never happened. So you guys had 0 groupies. Yeah, you won by disqualification. Nailed it. All right. Touche. Dude, even in Primus, Les Claypool is the third choice. Rekies. Ooh, I don't know that name. How you doing? Yeah, what you up to? I don't think you've ever rated here before, right? I could be wrong. What do you do? Yeah. ArxTech devlog. I'm gonna guess you're a game dev, which is fine, right? No judgment. Requies is how you pronounce it? Okay, okay, okay. Requies. Oh, shit. Well, alright. Reach Chris Young got a free shout out because I auto-completed the wrong thing. That's my bad. So I believe Reach Chris Young, now you gotta stream. I believe that's the rules. Requies. So I gotta wait like a minute or two before I can actually do the proper shout out. Yeah. Oh, we're not gonna listen to Styx, Mr. Roboto. Hell no. Hell no. Sunglasses at night, we can do. My night's going well. You're mainly a variety streamer. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, definitely not Codesman. Hell no. Fucking Styx? Hell no. No way in hell. Now that song's solid. This song's a solid 80s song, so I'm really glad this like showed up. Y'all ever seen the show Future Man? Fuck yeah. This song's a redemption on your channel? Damn it. Yeah, dude. YouTube knew exactly what you wanted. Hell yeah. So, Requies, what were you up to tonight? Yeah, yeah. Hold on, hold on. Oh no. Yeah. Josh Futterman? Yeah, damn right, dude. Great Chaos. Nailed it. I love that show. That's one of my favorite shows the past fucking 5 years. I love Future Man. It's so good. It's so fucking good. And the fact that, like, dude, that, like, child actor dude is, like, the dude in the show is amazing. Oh my god, yeah. Like, that dude should be way bigger than he is right now. Because he has a sense of humor about himself and he does shows like that, you know? That actor should be in everything at this point. He's got range, you know? All right, so hold on. You picked a project off the shelf 4 weeks back and started jamming a pre-alpha out. Been dev streaming it every Tuesday since you started, and so happy with where you are right now. So you stream once a week? Okay. Yeah, I stream 5 days a week. You probably get way more done than I do with your only 1 day a week. Yeah, no, I slack and we do shit like this. See, I slack, you know. Wednesdays and Fridays you game. What game have you been playing lately? No, 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 I get it. Yeah, 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 do whatever you want. Like the new Doom. Like the Doom, like, medieval or whatever, right? Like that one? Like the new Doom? How is that? Yeah, Dark Ages? How is that? Ooh, I'm not much of a first person shooter person, but damn, that shit looks good. That shit looks good. A weird return to form. Ooh, but also a detachment. Yeah. Okay. Interesting. I feel like no matter what, it's about like the power fantasy, right? What makes it a return to form? Oh, it's more of a bullet hell rather than like a bullet sponge power fantasy, right? Like you have to dodge shit. Whereas like the previous games, you could just like you could take the hits, you know? Is that like a good assessment? I feel like I played a few of them and it felt like you could take the hits, you know? So more like a nostalgic homage. Okay. The arcade-esque origins. Interesting. Okay. Okay. And yeah, Code Spin. Dude, yeah. Future Man was so fucking good. So fucking good. Yeah, Future Man is one of my favorite shows of the past like 5 to 10 years. Absolutely. It's a little over the top and not safe for work, but just so good. Ah, so good. Let me get another song going. The song I'm thinking of is She Drives Me Crazy. Ooh hoo. He was a fine young cannibal. Right? IT crowd reference, for sure. Damn right, Requies. He was a fine young cannibal. The fact that you recognize that as an IT crowd reference,
Damn, I'm a huge fan. Hold on. Let me make sure I'm following you. I'm not. There we go. Now we know. Yeah, now we know. Damn, hell yeah, Requies. He was a fine young cannibal. Like, dude, the fact that you caught that. He never got his movie. Slap. Yeah, don't you dare ruin it. There's somebody at the door. There's somebody at the door. Oh, man. Yeah. Dude, I love IT Crowd. It's just so good. Hell yeah, Requies. I believe you found your home away from home. I'm glad I was streaming on a Tuesday. I stream actually 5 days a week, so I would have been streaming on a Tuesday anyway. But I'm glad you joined us. Hell yeah. Speaking of Matt Berry, have you seen any of like Toast of London? What We Do in the Shadows is amazing. Have you seen Toast of London? You need to watch Toast of London. Yeah, like it's Matt Berry. It's like peak Matt Berry. Like What We Do in the Shadows is really fucking good. But oh my god, what like yeah, Toast of London is classic. Ah, dude, you're in for a treat. I think you'll really like it. Damn these electric sex pants. Like, yeah, exactly, dude. He's so good. I've never looked in this drawer. A revolver. It's just so good. Oh man, you came into the exact right stream today. I believe it's serendipity. I believe it's serendipity. Yeah, for sure, man. Yeah, thank you for joining. Thank you for the raid. I really appreciate it. I gave you a follow. Now we can do the proper shout out because I think it's been long enough. There we go. All right, so yeah, everyone that is here in stream should absolutely follow Requies because oh my god, their taste is fan-fucking-tastic. Oh my god. The fact that I made a Fine Young Cannibal reference to IT Crowd and they caught it, I can't think of a single other stream I would recommend over that. Like, that's amazing. That's fucking amazing. Now I gotta play some music that'll even, like, compare. Like, I don't think I can even do it. Shit. I don't even know, man. What do I even play after that? What are we doing here? Yeah, so real quick, let me at least show you what we're doing. We are building an abstraction around GitHub, GitLab, Bitbucket, etc., where you treat a repo as your data layer. And then your auth for that is GitHub's auth, right? Via OAuth. Your permissions are GitHub's permissions to that repo, like who can modify the data, etc. You get audit tracking via commit history. All of these things, like it's like a new form of like serverless, where you build your application and you treat your backend as just a Git repo that you modify some JSON structure for. We're building out a library that abstracts out the JSON structure for those things so that you can build like internal applications purely like using GitHub as the backend. And then your front end is just consuming that. That's the main goal. I've built one application that does that already, but it's very focused. And now I'm trying to build a more generic version of it that you could consume into any application. And I'm building like a demo app that you're seeing here on the front end called CF Please that is going to consume that so that I can make sure I'm building the right API. But I don't want to make it as specific as the previous thing I made. So the idea being, like, the demo app I'm building is CF Please. And hold on, I've got a marketing phrase. Track your CFPs with ease with CF Please. I work as a developer advocate. The company I work for has talks or conferences that they would love that I propose talks to speak at. And I also have talks that I want to speak at. Like conferences I want to propose talks for, etc. But like, how do we track these things in a way that like we order them based upon like when is the CFP end date happening, etc. Right? The main gist is, how do you track that as a developer advocate in general? You create a fucking spreadsheet. I fucking hate spreadsheets. If I can build some application that makes it to where I never have to touch another spreadsheet again for this exact purpose, thank you. So the main idea is I'm building an abstraction for internal applications that can help you do small scale things. Like you wouldn't build some unicorn application on top of GitHub as your database. Homebrew did it, but don't do what Homebrew did. CocoaPods does it. Well, don't do what CocoaPods does. Instead, can you build a small internal application in which you don't have to write the auth layer, you don't have to write the permissions layer, you don't have to write the database abstraction. It's all via their API. But it's simpler, and you just write like the abstraction that connects that stuff together, and you build your own application for it. My goal is to make something generic where you don't have to do it for CF Please. It's a library called Oh My GHaaD. But GHaaD in that context is Git hosting as a database. I think it is a serverless abstraction that not enough people are recognizing as possible. And to me, it's just, I don't know. I need it for work because I'm a developer advocate. They got conferences they're trying to tell me to like propose talks for. Can I at least prioritize the ones that have a CFP coming up versus the ones that like the CFP doesn't close for another week or two? Well, yeah, I don't need to propose a talk until like the day before it's due. Yeah, this is like a platform as a service, but it's not something you got to control. It's just GitHub, GitLab, Bitbucket, Azure DevOps can control all that for you. And you just build some front end for it. It's just JSON sitting in a Git repo. Mutations are just pull requests. But we can abstract that out from the consumer. And a little bit more context, I work at GitKraken, right? I'm not sure if you've heard of GitKraken. I work at GitKraken as a developer advocate. GitLens is one of our products. We've got a CLI tool. We've got a web app. We've got all sorts of shit. But our marketing department doesn't do anything with Git. We're not dogfooding our products nearly enough. Could I force the rest of my marketing department? Hey, you want to make a submission to this thing? Yeah, it's just a pull request. And then you can use our tools like Launchpad to visualize your pull request and maybe push back and say, hey, man, how do you feel about this talk? Could we merge it? Yeah, totally. Let's merge it. Boom. Merge the pull request. Our mutations are finished, and then it's right there as part of the core database and blah, 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 right? I'm not saying we're even close to finishing this thing, but I think there is something we could do that realizes value to the rest of the company and is also a thing that I could make other talks about. So could I make a talk about the thing that I'm using to make talks? I really enjoy some like meta stuff, right? I'm so meta, even this acronym. Hold on. Let me just show you what I mean by that. I'm, if I could type, so shit. All right, my editor's fucking me. I'm so meta. God, if I could type, even this acronym, and then think about the acronym of it. I'm so meta, even this acronym is meta. Damn right. I didn't come up with that. I totally stole that from someone. I forget who. I forget who. But damn right. Like, dude. Could I do a thing that helps me do my job better, but also, like, is a thing that I can build that helps me do my job better? Right? This is the singularity. 100%, dude. 100%. I'm so meta, even this acronym is meta. Yeah, I don't remember the reference from Community either, but in general, Community is a bit meta. I don't think they were in the first year, and they adopted it later and then made people think that they were totally meta the first year, too. I think that's them gaslighting their audience. Dude, Dan Harmon didn't have the fucking vision for what it became in the first year. No, it was just some generic sitcom. I think Dan Harmon is gaslighting everybody by saying he had a vision for it in the first year. He didn't. No. He's just bullshitting us. It's a good show still. First season's fine. Yeah, no, it's XKCD. I believe it's an XKCD reference. Yep. Yeah, it's like something about John Skeet, who's about metadata, etc. Like, I'm so meta, even this acronym. I think it's an XKCD. Yeah, you're totally right. But let me get more music. I think music-wise, we may be about to move beyond the 80s. Let's play an 80s song that makes us want to move to the 90s. Yeah, no worries, Requiesce. Yeah, no, we got a vibe. We got a channel. Like, yeah, I stream because we got this vibe. I stream 5 days a week because I love being here. And I think there's at least a few people that enjoy it as much as I do. I haven't seen this song or this music video since I was way too young. It's kind of funny. There was like a thing I saw recently that was like, yeah, if you listen to the radio, every third song was a fucking Phil Collins song. Whether it was fucking Genesis or Phil Collins solo. Yep, every third song was Phil Collins. Yeah, you were born in the wrong decade there, Ophi. No, honestly, no, this song is shit. This is a terrible song, but the music video is actually good. This song actually sucks. But the music video is really good, actually. Shit. The song is ass, but the music video actually nails it. Meanwhile, we can actually do the opposite. There's another Genesis song that is an amazing song, but the music video is ass. All right, let's do it. Skipping. This song's fucking amazing. Found it I'm wrong when I thought it was right. It's always the same, it's just a shame, that's all. Yeah, this song's a fucking banger. Music video sucks, but whatever. It's crazy how Genesis runs the gamut. I hate this part. Yeah, no. Like, it's not a perfect song. We seem to be me looking at you, you looking at me. It's just a shame, that's all. Turning me off, making me feel like I want too much. I'm thinking this one I could do like karaoke. So hold on, we got the Cascadia JS thing going. If you're here in a reasonable area where you think you could actually show up to Cascadia JS here in Seattle, if you think you could actually show up, right? Maybe pay for the flight and the hotel, but you get a free $800 ticket to a conference? Register via that link. Because it's a good thing, and like, yeah, the day before the conference, they do a karaoke night. Right? The pre-party for the entire conference is absolutely a karaoke night. You can see Carter Rabassa or Jay Langsdorff fucking kill it in karaoke. Those guys are really fucking good. Like, I'm not even kidding. Like, Jason Langsdorff of, like, you know, like, Leet Heat and all that shit, that dude is so goddamn good at karaoke. Like, dude, that dude is so fucking good at karaoke. He's really good at everything else he does. He's better at karaoke than everything, though. He's just that good at karaoke. Same with Carter Rabassa. He's just that good at karaoke. He's amazing at other shit, too. He's just so good at karaoke. If you want to see these guys in person, yeah. Right? Throw your hat in the ring, get a free ticket. When I thought it was right. Yeah, no. I'm terrible at karaoke. Let me point out. No, I'm good at karaoke if I'm on a date and I sing Peter Gabriel. I can seal the deal with some karaoke as long as it's Peter Gabriel. If I'm on a date and I sing In Your Eyes, that's the deal sealer, for sure. I'm not even kidding. Every single time I've sung In Your Eyes in karaoke, I sealed the deal. Like, you know, that's as modest as I can get about it. That's a fact. Peter Gabriel, In Your Eyes, is the deal sealer. If you go out on a date and you're looking to like make some moves, you sing Peter Gabriel, not Shock the Monkey. Any Peter Gabriel song other than Shock the Monkey, and you're sealing that deal. I'm trying to find some Peter Gabriel now, and just, dude, YouTube is blowing it. All right, Salisbury Hill. Dude, you could sing Salisbury Hill. Deal sealed. Deal fucking sealed. This is how you secure a second date. You sing Peter Gabriel. Anything other than Shock the Monkey. How many channel points to sing it? Zero channel points, but you got to be here at the right moment. So June 3rd is my 7-year streamiversary. Or you show up on June 27th on my birthday. You could convince me then. Grab your things, I've come to take you home. Sorry, like, this song totally gets me. I love this song. I need to put it on my my driving playlist for sure. Where in Seattle? It's like downtown Seattle. It's like core Seattle. If you fly into Seattle, you're good. It's not like some crazy like outside area. It's like it's core Seattle. You're like within the range of a reasonable Uber. Technically, probably walking distance if you want to be cheap. You might be walking uphill, but that means you're walking downhill later. Like, just look at any downtown Seattle and you're good. But yeah, like Seattle proper, not like SeaTac. So you'll take an Uber from SeaTac, or maybe even like the light rail, to downtown Seattle, and then you're good. So I went... Oh, shit. Hold on, wrong part. I believe the place they've done the karaoke in the past is at Stoop Brewing in Capitol Hill. But that's not where the event is. At least the last time they did it in Seattle, it was at like the town hall or whatever in Capitol Hill. But honestly, like anywhere in downtown Seattle, you're you're a decent Uber away, or you're like a brisk walk away. So don't worry too much about that part. And yeah, I'll be giving a lightning talk at Cascadia JS this year. It'll be the first time I've ever spoken at Cascadia JS. The organizers are awesome. I really do appreciate them. They're super nice dudes. Like, yeah, all the people there, like, super nice. I mean, yeah, it's really not bad. Like, 400 for like a round trip flight. It gets more expensive if you delay it. But yeah, like, that's pretty solid, you know? And hotel room, not bad. Not bad at all. Like, honestly, Jonestown, throw your hat in the ring for the free ticket. Sorry for the burp. You're only competing against 8 other people. Your odds are really good for getting a free ticket. Like an $800 ticket. Yeah, you're going to Seattle for a holiday and whatever. Yeah, you spend a little more time. No big deal. Just saying, every single other person out there. Cascadia JS is one of the best conferences I've actually ever been to. The fact that it's nearby is just a bonus for me. But it's a really good event. And like the meetups, the hangouts, the area is really cool. You can go hang out at Pike Place if you've never been to Pike Place and seen some of the like touristy things. Like, yeah, do it. Like, you know, you can make a holiday out of it besides just being a conference thing. But also, maybe try and convince your work to pay for it. Most people at companies, there is like a, right, like a value, like a quota that you can bill to the company, like $1,000 a year for knowledge development or whatever, right? Fuck it. An Amtrak from the Midwest. Honestly, Haxer, an Amtrak is not a big deal. Like, honestly, I'm going to be taking a train out to the Big Sky DevCon, right? I missed my chance to submit a talk to Big Sky DevCon. But anyone out there that's going to go hang out at this, yeah, I'll be requesting days off. I just want to go hang out. Fuck it, you know? Did I miss submitting a talk? Yeah, maybe. I still want to go hang out with people. It's over in Montana. Like, dude, the cheapest fucking hotel room you've ever seen. It's Montana. How much could they possibly charge? Shit. You'll get to hang out with Robbie Wagner, Typecraft, technically Code Girl. I know, whatever their name is. No, that's Code Girl, right? Warren Buffering. And maybe that's a reason not to go. Okay, I get it. Sure. He'd get the joke at least. Right? Barrett. Like, you know, Barrett Dev. Dennis Ivey. Like, dude. Ken Wheeler. Dan Vale, I feel like we've even seen here in stream. The Primogen is like the MC of the entire thing. Like, this is actually going to be a solid show, too. I'm a little bummed I didn't propose a talk because I missed it. It's like this dude smokes weed or something. I don't get it. Totally weird. I don't know, man. Yeah, weird. But if you're in the Midwest, a train out to this area is probably super cheap. And hotel rooms are probably super cheap too. So another just solid tech conference. Pick and choose the ones you can do and the ones you can't, but there are some good ones out there, you know? Totally up to you. Don't feel bad about the ones you can make and can't make, etc. But yes, so let's get some more music going. It's already 8:21 p.m. What the fuck? Where did the time go? Who stole the time? Who stole my time? Come on, man. All right, so do we go to 80s? I believe we played enough 80s music that we go to 90s. It's 90s music time. Dude, this song's so fucking 90s. Oh my god. Dude, I fucking hate it. Dude, it's so fucking 90s. Oh, I hate it. Dude. Oh, Mike Patton. Oh, I bet he looks back on this and feels major regret. We sang it the exact same way because you have to. This shit's bad. But it's pure 90s. Like, you can't get more 90s than this song. It's impossible. Right? Dude, like late 90s new metal wishes they were this pure of like ripping off hip hop culture. Dude, early 90s ripped off hip hop culture so much more than late 90s ever could have. What is it? Like, dude, Mike Patton. Dude, what a fucking asshole. He's probably a really nice dude, but what a fucking asshole. Ugh. Ugh. So cringe. Right? Like, this shit mixed butt rock and hip hop and bullshit all together into some fucking, like, dude, it's like, it's a parody. It's a parody. It's absolutely a parody. But hold on, Mr. Pambercarrot. Anthony Kiedis is the exact same fucking parody. Dude, 90s early Red Hot Chili Peppers is just as bad of a parody. Dude. Now, Anthony Kiedis can't escape being in the exact same category as this shit. Nope. Nope. It's the exact same shit. God, it's so bad. Ugh, I fucking hate it. Right? When you recognize what grunge was pushing back against, it was this shit. Grunge was the antithesis of this. Right? Of the butt rock of the 80s. Of the fucking bullshit of appropriating hip-hop. Grunge was a pushing back of all that fucking bullshit. Alice in Chains was specifically the fuck you to this genre of whatever this is. Grunge was a specific pushing back of the bullshit that this shit is. Nirvana could only exist because this shit existed before them. Did grunge become the same path in the end? Depends. Like, the majority of grunge rockers died. So I don't think so. The majority of legitimate grunge died before they could become the villain, you know? Kurt Cobain died before he could sell out. Lane Staley died before he could sell out. Right? The only one that persisted was fucking the dude from Soundgarden. And he totally started selling out, right? Like, Audioslave was sellout. Like, Audioslave sucked. Right? No offense. Chris Cornell is great. He's awesome, but Audioslave sucked. It really did. Audioslave fucking sucked, dude. I hated it. Soundgarden is fucking golden. Audioslave sucked. It really did. Like, no offense to Chris Cornell. Like, I fucking hated Audioslave, dude. Alright, so let's check out White Zombie before Rob Zombie sold out. Dude, yeah, Rob Zombie fucking sucks, man. Like, dude, that dude sucks. White Zombie nailed it. We're gonna listen to 90s. Yeah, we're progressing from the 80s to the 90s here. Dude, Rob Zombie, yeah, totally sell out. Like, dude, Rob Zombie fucking sucks. Like, the dude might be really nice. I like the guy. I'm talking about the music. Dude, Rob Zombie's music fucking sucks, dude. Like, pure just fucking sellout shit. But if you watch some of these videos, like, no, like, Rob Zombie and White Zombie. It looks like a dude in a fucking costume trying to, like, sell you the fact that he's, like, hardcore. Dude, you watch this music video and tell me this guy's not a fucking sellout. He's not the fucking, like, person trying to let you know he's actually, like, cool. Like, nah, dude. Watch this music video and tell me he's not a fucking poser. Watch this music video for White Zombie and tell me he's not a fucking poser. Dude's such a fucking poser. Oh my god, what a fucking poser. Right? Compare this dude to fucking Henry Rollins. Henry Rollins didn't have to wear a costume. No, this is pre-Marilyn Manson. Marilyn Manson's wearing a costume post-White Zombie. No, early White Zombie is pre-Marilyn Manson by like 3 or 4 years easily. No. Yeah, White Zombie is early 90s. Marilyn Manson is Like late 90s. Absolutely. Yeah. No. Early White Zombie is poser shit for sure. Meanwhile, like Henry Rollins like lived it, you know? Okay, so Code spent watching the video. Yeah, he's the fucking like right, the Nordic fucking like what's the dude, right? Like yeah, there's like the Norse fucking rave guy, right? The rave Viking guy? Okay, yeah. All right. Touche. Yeah, Rob Zombie is basically like early 90s rave guy. He's the early glow stick shaman. Yeah, okay, fine. All right. I get it. But that's not fucking metal. That's not metal. Come on, man. Yeah, no, Rob Zombie's a fucking poser. He's such a fucking poser. Two-lane blacktop? I don't even know. Like, this is like the quintessential White Zombie song, in my opinion. That last one, meh. This is the quintessential proper White Zombie song. So, Code spent, maybe you go to sleep to this one. This is classic White Zombie. This is proper White Zombie. The last one, eh. Oh, that's fine, Code spent. None of this shit goes to YouTube or anything. Oh, is this like the safe for work version? Okay, touche. This is definitely the radio version. Yeah, for sure. 100%. This is the radio version. Dragula from Rob Zombie? No, that's like after he sold Way Out. Yeah, no. Like, total sellout. This song is basically when you could still watch Liquid Television. That came on right before fucking like Aeon Flux and the Max. And then Headbangers Ball came on after. I mean, dude, I'm not gonna fault someone for making some money, but don't pretend that they're fucking hardcore at that point, you know? This is like classic, proper angry 90s. There's better shit, obviously. Oh, nah, that's fine. We're good. What would be some good solid 90s we could play after this that actually like sets the tone and is actually good? Pantera? All right, I'll take it. I think the best example is Tool, right? They released their hardest shit to get their foot in the door. And then they made the music they wanted to make. So Tool, right? Opiate and Undertow is the hardest shit they could fucking make. And then they started making the music they wanted to make. Tool is actually like the proper example of let's release some shit and then do what we want. The fact that Tool evolved beyond their first album or two is actually kind of magical. Because that's something that is a thing, right? As a musician, you work on your first album for 10 years, and then you have 6 months to a year to actually release your second album. Don't judge a band by their first album, judge them by their second album. That's actually who they are. And there are so many bands that fucking blow it and die. Because they're not actually artists, you know? Their amount of inspiration is fucking done. I mean, Veruca Salt had that one song, and it is some classic 90s. You're not wrong. We can play that one song. Yeah. That one Veruca Salt song, what is it, Seether? Is that the one? It's some proper classic 90s. This is some classic fucking 90s. Hold on. This isn't even the one I was thinking of. I was thinking Volcano Girls. I don't even like this song. Dude, Volcano Girls is the one I like. I don't even like this song. This song sucks. Sorry, no offense. If you like it, you can like it. I'm sorry. I fucking hate it. No, I hate it so much. No, I'm sorry. No, I fucking hated it. I'm sorry. If you like Seether, all right, cool. This is the Veruca Salt song I can think of, and I might still hate it. I might hate this one too. You've never. It's technically Veruca Salt. Veruca named after the girl from Willy Wonka, right? Veruca. Veruca Salt is the name of the girl in that film. Willy Wonka. There you go. Yeah, yeah. Come on, Veruca. We'll buy you a golden fucking goose. It's fine. Yeah, yeah. Like the dad that sucks. That's the name of the girl. Absolutely. Veruca Salt. That's her name in the film. Yeah. This band named themselves after the character from the film. This song's like, it's definitely some like bullshit. Hootie and the Blowfish, we can do it. We're going to do that right after one other song that I consider related to this one. Which is the one from, shit. It's the one from the Power Rangers movie. It's like the rooftop song or whatever. You know the one I'm talking about. You know the one I'm talking about. Someone knows the song. Can you give me the name so I don't have to Google it? The Power Rangers movie song, right? If I just type that into YouTube, they're going to give me the song. They know what I want. Anyone actually remember the name of the band that did it? I actually kind of like this song. This Veruca Salt song is solid. I hated Seether. It's like something about the rooftops or something, right? If I search for it, Power Rangers movie song. If I type in the word rooftop, dude, okay, YouTube doesn't know this song. Someone's got to remember this song, right? Come on. Dude, the new Power Rangers movie is drowning out the old Power Rangers movie. Fuck. Ah, god damn it. Okay. Codespin, do you not remember the movie? '90s rooftop song. There it is. Ready to go. Republica. You'll know it. This is the '90s Power Ranger song. Like, come on. Shout it from the rooftop, baby. I'm ready to go. Yeah, Jonestown knows. I'm blah, 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 blah. Baby, I'm ready to go. Yeah, exactly, dude. This is the Power Rangers movie song. There you go. Yeah, you remember. It's actually a solid song. You thought this was garbage. There you go, Haxer. Yeah, it technically is garbage, but not the band garbage. Technically, it's still garbage. Sorry, bad joke. It's actually a solid '90s song, okay? Shout it from the rooftop. Baby, I'm ready to go. Like, dude, yeah, it's a terrible, like, it's actually not a bad song, you know? Like, it feels terrible, but you know what? It's actually not bad. This song was in the '90s Power Ranger movie. And that's like the connection I have to it. I don't remember any other connection to it. But yeah, it's absolutely a '90s song, for sure. Yeah, you play this at a fucking, like, club? Dude, '90s babies don't go to clubs anymore. I don't know what the fuck you're thinking about there, Jonestown. '90s babies are in bed by 9 o'clock. We're fucking old. Rooftop, baby, now, baby, I'm ready to go. Like, dude, it's just so bad. But you know what? I'm into it. I'm down. Oh, it wasn't Vegas Vacation. You're not wrong there, X-Metrics. Yeah, it's like when the daughter is dancing on top of the fucking bullshit. Yeah, you're totally right. Yeah, Audrey. Yeah, yeah, for sure. When she's like hanging out with the guys that look like the Beatles. So wait, you're saying you guys have been together longer than the actual Beatles? Yeah, I remember. That's my favorite vacation movie, actually. Vegas Vacation is the best vacation movie. I'll box you over that. I'm not saying like proper fists. You get me some like boxing gloves and we do like a boxing glove match. I will box you over Vegas Vacation being the quintessential vacation film. I don't know. Christmas Vacation, like the other ones, they're fine, right? European Vacation and all that. Vegas Vacation is the best vacation movie. Yeah, dude. 100%, dude. Yes. So I says to him, I says, get your own monkey. Nick Papa Giorgio, you're from Yuma. Like, dude, Vegas Vacation is the best vacation movie. You're in software. You're Nick Papa Giorgio from Yuma. Here on the Dam Tour, you're going to see a bunch of things about the dam. We're going to get some damn bait. Yeah, I don't know what it is, but yeah, Rusty's never had this reaction to poultry before. We might just go get him a tetanus shot. Dude, Vegas Vacation is the best vacation movie. I'm sorry, like, I will fake box you about that. For sure. And I got this bad shoulder, so I can only do crosses with my right arm. You don't got to worry about a hook from my right arm. I can only do a cross. I'll get you with some jabs and uppercuts. But yeah, like, if you know my weakness, you know you don't have a hook coming from that angle. We can box about it. No problem. No problem. They go to the weird casino. Exactly, Ethan, right? Right? Yeah, you won't find any of these on the strip. Yeah, no, like, yeah, right? Rock, paper, scissors, guess a number. Yeah, nope, wrong. Like, dude, it's so bad. Yeah, dude. I love that fucking movie. It's just too good. That movie is just, it's the perfect vacation movie. But I think we can recognize, no, we're not ending the stream. Hell no. Let's go stream it. No. But what we can point out is Vegas Vacation couldn't exist without the previous vacation movies. Right? It'd be a shallow fucking parody without the previous films. It needs to build upon the previous films to be the thing that it is. Vegas Vacation living on its own? No, doesn't exist. Sorry, no, it'd be a terrible fucking film. But as the continuation of the previous series, ooh, then you got something. So yeah, Vegas Vacation only is able to exist within a universe where the previous vacation films existed. Yeah, the actors? Oh, dude. Yeah, the actors. Oh my god. Yeah, so good. So good. But hold on. We're still doing 90s. We're not going to do cheesy 90s. I want to hear good 90s songs now. Six Underground? right? Sneaker Pimps. We'll do Hootie on the Blowfish after this one. This song is just so good. Like, I had to hear it. I'm sorry. I had to hear this song. Puddle of Mud? Fuck you. No, we're not going to play Puddle of Mud. No. This song's actually timeless. And yeah, no worries, Axemetrix. I get it. It's fine. No, Puddle of Mud, that shit sucks. I'm sorry. No, thank you. Peaches. Ooh, there you go. Presidents? Yeah. Presidents we could do. We could do presidents. REM over the years? Michael Stipe liked more money than he actually liked being a good musician. Right? REM is basically the prototype of... Oh, shit. What's the band? Shit. God damn it. What's the band that sucks just as much over time? I'm forgetting their name. Shit. I'm sorry. Early REM, really good. Late REM, fucking sucks. No, not 1,000 Maniacs. It's the band that got sued by the one dude because they ripped off his song. And I know that doesn't actually, like, that doesn't narrow it down, but god damn it, it should. They're a 2000s band. They're not a 90s band. No, not Smashing Pumpkins. No, they always sucked. Besides Cherub Rock. No, they always sucked. No, not Pearl Jam. No, it's like later. Think 10 years later. Right? 10 years later, they got the shit fucking singer. Like, they played on fucking The Daily Show a couple times and sucked still. What the fuck do I keep dropping? God damn it. Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. No, not Smash Mouth. Come on, Smash Mouth is still 90s. We're talking like 2000s. I'm gonna be a little bummed if I just like start playing like random 2000s bands and like we find them before you guys guess it. Vocalist dude is a hipster that has like big hair. But like total fucking hipster. They made that one song that's like very like like I can't describe it any better. No, he's not dead. He'd be more famous if he did. Shit, hold on. All right, we're gonna jump a decade for this asshole. No, not Outcast. Come on. No, not Blind Melon. Blind Melon No, you're right. If you liked early Blind Melon, they totally sold out. But we're talking 10 years later. Maybe even 15 years later. Fuck. Let me just... Hold on. YouTube. Early 2010s band that sucks. Hold on. Yoshimi. She knows karate. Right? That band. Right? She won't let the robots defeat me. Yoshimi. Like that band. Battles the Pink Robots. What band is that? The Flaming Lips. Yeah, that fucking asshole. That guy sucks. Dude, that fucking asshole. This song's good. But dude. Right? You've never heard the Flaming Lips? Dude, they fucking suck. Like, they got a couple good songs, but dude, they fucking suck. Right? Like, the main singer, dude, absolutely got sued because he ripped off a melody from someone. This song's good. They got another one or two, right? But no, this dude, like, ripped off his best melodies from other musicians, you know? Like, what a fucking asshole. There's, like, that one song that fucking sucks that they actually became famous for. Right? Anyone remember that one, like, Do You Realize? Dude, Do You Realize is the song I'm thinking of. That song fucking sucks. Oh my god, I hate that song. Oh, I hate that song so goddamn much. That song sent them to the moon, and it's just fucking awful, dude. Yeah, X-Metrics. You know what I'm talking about. Dude, they fucking suck. This song's good. I'm into it. They got another one or two. But dude, Do You Realize? Such a fucking cash grab. Ugh, what a fucking asshole. This song's good. Pretty much every single other thing this band did fucking sucks. Dude, I hate Do You Realize? I hate it so much. It's just such a goddamn cash grab. Like, no artistic integrity was found. I know, right, Lightspeed? It's actually super deep. I like that one Marcy Playground song. Sex and Candy is super good. Yeah, no, that's really common. Yeah, for sure. No, that's common. Like, you know, I'm not gonna judge them for that. Like, dude, going famous for a song that's good is way different from going famous for a song that sucks. You know? And then just, like, doubling down on the shitty. Flaming Lips did that. They were like an indie darling, and then they did fucking Do You Realize, and then they just doubled down on the bullshit. Like, dude, the Flaming Lips suck. This song's good. Dude, they just doubled down on their shittiest song. Dishwalla? I don't even know them. Shit. I don't even know. Meanwhile, you want to know one band that made one song and that just called it good? Here we go. If we're talking 90s, ooh, buddy. Ooh, yeah. Right? Did they sell out? Fuck no, they made an amazing song and they just capitalized on it. Yeah, we listened to Taco and Putting on the Ritz earlier. You missed it. Yeah, if you can't feel this song in your core, you might be dead inside. But all right, yeah, I know we're going late. We're at 9 p.m. I know people are leaving. It's a bit late, so yeah, people are just going to sleep. That's on them. How could you sleep to a song like this? No, I get it. We've done some work. We have more auth to do. We'll have to do that on Thursday. But also, it's kind of a nice whiskey day. Such a good time. Damn, it's midnight over on the East Coast. Code spent. Yeah, get some sleep, dude. You already did, so I get it. No big deal. Yeah, X metrics. Like, yeah, everyone East Coast wise. I get it. X metrics. Hold on. Did you apply to get a free ticket to Cascadia JS? Did you? Because you should. Jonestown did, I think, maybe. I don't know whose name it is in the list I see, and I'll never know. That's fine. But Cascadia JS. Hold on one second. I'll give you the link. Cascadia JS is happening here in September. September 18th and 19th, technically. Arrive early, and you can party for the 17th. You could win a free $800 ticket. What he said. I'm pointing to the song that's playing right now. This is the pinnacle of the 90s. All right, I'll sing this song in karaoke. Yeah, I'll totally sing this song in karaoke if you guys show up. I'm a scat man. This is max difficulty fucking karaoke. You're not wrong. Ooh, Snow Informer. Imposter? Yeah, totally. Wee ba 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 do bo. Ba 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 do bo. Nope. Yeah, we'll totally do it. Fuck it. I'll do this song at karaoke if at least one of y'all shows up. So can you. Yum do do do. K Rock 106.7 in the Northwest? I don't remember it. I have no idea. That's why he's real dude. I don't know, dude. Like, dude. Yeah, dude. I can do at least part of the song as long as I do the fucking part. Like, we're good. That part's making me laugh too much. I'm crying at the moment. Oh god. All right. I think we are late enough in the stream that we should go raid someone. Woo! Woo, buddy. I'm not crying, you're crying. Oh my god. All right, who do we go raid? They're not going to get the jokes. It's fine. They don't have to get the jokes. The jokes live on beyond their understanding, and that's okay. I am still crying a little bit because of it. But who do we go raid? Like, who's streaming right now? Who's even streaming right now? I see a few. We see a lot of game dev, man. Yeah, like... What's the deal? Like, where's the web dev community, man? Where the fuck's the web dev community, dude? I don't have anything against game devs. We'll raid a game dev if we have to, but, like, come on, man. Where's the... Where are the web devs at? Oh, I guess web devs have jobs and game devs don't. Alright, so web devs are sleeping. Okay, touche. I get it. Alright, that makes more sense. Alright, that makes a little bit of sense. Alright. Coding with Bash, Magic, Keith. Okay, no, this looks good. Alright, yeah, if he's doing Ruby, I'm okay with Ruby. Ruby's just all right with me. Ruby's just all right. Oh, yeah. Anyone that caught that as a Doobie Brothers reference? Yeah, Ruby's all right with me. Ruby's just all right. Oh, yeah. We didn't do any 60s music, so yeah, we missed out on like the Doobie Brothers. That's a shame. Maybe tomorrow. Or, sorry, maybe Thursday. Ruby is just all right with me. Ruby is just all right. Oh, yeah. I'll be over on gaming. I'm going to make some chili dogs tonight for dinner, for sure. And then, yeah, tomorrow is a full day of work. We will just be chilling, and I think tomorrow night we'll be playing some Dead Island 2 with James and Wormbane. And I have not played any Dead Island 2 yet. We did finish Dead Island 1, and it might be our next, like, long-term game together. So, yeah. If you want to hang out and play some of that, or, you know, chill with us while we do it tomorrow night, that's the thing. And then Thursday, I'll be back here on this channel. Yeah, for sure. You're playing that and downloaded it again. Yeah, I think it was free on Epic or something, right? So yeah, I'll be playing some Dead Island 2 with James and Wormbane, and we could always bring in a fourth. You know, totally up to you. But let's go say hi to another streamer and YouTube. I'll see y'all again soon. See you.